Buenos días, buenas tardes a todos. Marisa,
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone.
¿dónde se nos quedó nuestro coárbitro que
M-
estaba en la sala?
Marisa, do you know where our co-arbitrator is?
Ahí está.
Ah, there he is.
Buenos días a todos. Creo que
Good
podemos.
morning, everyone. I think we can begin.
Hoy tenemos, y lo veo ahí,
Today we have, and I see him there, Mr. Cano. Good morning.
Antes de comenzar con
Before beginning with the witness,
le quería solamente comentar, ustedes ya vieron el empleo de tiempo.
I just wanted to note you've already seen the time used thus far, which the Secretary sent you yesterday. Specifically, the parties together have 12 hours and 52 minutes according to that table, and we verified that. So I know you are bearing this in mind, and excuse me if I'm reiterating something you already know, but please bear in mind that based on the agreement between the parties, we've agreed that each party would have 15 hours, and the tribunal has no intention of modifying that, for it's all been organized so that we can conclude this hearing on Sunday, and that's perfectly feasible. So I'd ask that you bear this in mind so that we not have to cut you off the last day when time runs out. And I don't say this to pressure you, but to help you optimize your time and your work. So including the maximum time for the tribunal, which it does not intend to use, we are at 15 hours some, and this would leave us about 3 hours for breaks. So I think that we're doing well, even though we've slipped a bit compared to the calendar, and we should be able to complete everything by Sunday. I would also note at this point, because otherwise everything will have to happen so quickly the last day, I'd ask that during the pause, particularly the longer pause, when we're not engaged in the hearing, that you discuss a bit the time you think you're going to need for post-hearing briefs. The tribunal has thought that from the date that we have the final version of the transcript, 3 weeks would be normal, but you should discuss it between yourselves and tell us if it needs to be more or less. Bear in mind that the tribunal will be asking some questions about 10 days after the hearing, and it will share with you some of the issues that the tribunal, would like you to focus on. Now, if you want to talk about other things, you can, but the tribunal's understanding is that it has everything it needs on the other issues. So we will share with you what the tribunal thinks needs to be gone into in a bit more depth, or in respect of which we need a bit more information or final reflections from the parties. And our firm intent is to have the award before the summer, the Northern Hemisphere summer, which, as you know, begins 21 June. So we do want to get the award to the parties by that date. This case began a long time ago. It's important for both parties that it wind up with an award from the tribunal. And to that end, it's good that we not go too far with the post-hearing briefs, taking stock of the date by which we get the final transcript. As well as cost statements of cost. I think that the post-hearing briefs could have a deadline of, say, early March, but to talk about it between now and Sunday, so that Sunday you can tell us what you think would be a fair date, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, let us know. And we can discuss it at the end of the hearing. So without more, because I was saying we need to optimize the time, but I'm speaking so much, I would like to once again extend greetings to Mr. Cano. Thank you for being with us today. Bear in mind that what you have to tell us may be very useful for the decision that this, or decisions this tribunal needs to make. And you'll see that before you, you have a statement in Spanish, which you need to read out, in which you undertake to tell us the truth. Could you read it out loud, please? And you're an attorney, I understand, so you are very familiar with this. Thank you and very good morning. I solemnly declare upon my honor and conscience that I shall speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. There is no unauthorized person present in this room with me, and I cannot communicate with anyone else during my testimony. I further declare that I have not attended, watched a recording, or read the transcripts of this hearing prior to this moment. Thank you very much. So without more, I will give the floor to the representatives for the respondent. I'm not sure who will be conducting the cross-examination, or rather who will conduct the direct, and after that there will be questions for you on cross from the representatives from claimant, Mr. Lee Chin, on this 5th day of the hearing, and after that the tribunal will probably put some questions to you. Ms. Frutos or Ms. Yoldi, I'm not sure who is going to conduct the direct. Yes, it'll be Dori Yoldi. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Cano. Do you have, or you should have, a folder which has your 11 December 2020 statement? It's here. Yes, I've not yet opened it, so I can open it. Yes, please.
Sí, la declaración del 11 de diciembre de 2020.
Yes, 11 December 2020. And if you could take a quick look at it, see that it's complete and that it has your signature at the end, please.
Sí, está de acuerdo.
Yes, agreed. As the president of the tribunal said, the attorneys for the other party are going to put some questions to you. And so I yield to my colleagues from the other party. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, can I begin?
Yes, Mr. Lorenzo.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Cano, good morning.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Mr. Cano, my name is Richard Lorenzo. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Hogan Lovells, and we represent Mr. Michael Lee Chin in this proceeding. And over the course of this morning, I'm going to be asking you a series of questions concerning certain of the matters that are set forth in your witness statement. Do you understand that, sir?
Sí, lo entiendo.
Yes, I do.
Sir, if there comes a point where you do not understand one of my questions, please let me know, and I'll do my best to ask it in a different way or clarify any ambiguity that you might have. Is that fair?
De acuerdo.
Agreed.
Mr. Cano, are you aware that this proceeding is open to the public?
Sí, o sea, en la medida de lo posible, sí. Entiendo
Yes,
que
and
también
so far as
condiciones de confidencialidad.
possible, I understand there are also some limitations of confidentiality.
That your testimony today, and in fact, all of the proceeding from beginning to end is being recorded.
Sí,
Yes,
And are you aware, sir, that at the conclusion of this hearing, all of those recordings will be uploaded onto the ICSID website and available to the general public? Were you aware of that, sir?
no sabía, no, pero no tengo inconvenientes.
I did not know that, but I have no problem with that.
Sir, I'd like to turn to the first paragraph of your declaration, if I may. You have it in front of you. And we'll also project it on the screen if you give us one moment. Sir, can you see the document on the screen?
Sí, lo puedo ver.
Yes, I can.
Sir, your declaration is dated 11 December 2020, correct?
Correcto.
Correct.
When were you first engaged by the Dominican Republic to prepare your declaration?
Fui contactado mientras me
I
desempeñaba.
was contacted while I was working as executive director of the National Electricity Commission.
Eso fue a finales
That was
de
in
memoria no me falla,
late, if my memory serves me well,
mediados de 2020.
in early or mid 2020.
So from the beginning of, or the middle of 2020 up until December of 2020, that's the period of time pursuant to which you worked with the lawyers for the Dominican Republic to prepare your declaration, correct?
No trabajé, sino que se me pidió información.
I
y
didn't
ya
work,
luego de que
but rather I was asked for information.
la recopilación
And then
de toda la información
once we had the internal compilation of all the information that had been requested of us,
damos esa información a los
we
abogados
provided that information to the lawyers,
y ellos se encargaron de
and they
adecuarla para poderla presentar
adapted
a la
it
forma.
to be able to present it in the proper form to this tribunal.
Information, Mr. Cano, did the lawyers for the Dominican Republic request from la Comisión Nacional de Energía?
Nos solicitaron primero explicar
First, they asked us to explain the
institucional
context
del sector eléctrico,
of the institutional structure of the electricity sector
tenía que ver con
and
procesos para
regulations
concesión,
having to do with process for granting concessions. They also asked
información de si
us
había
for information,
o pendiente o ya había sido
the in process,
una decisión
or whether any decision was underway or had been issued in respect of a petition put forward by the claimant company related to a concession.
También nos hicieron referencia
They also made reference
precios
to the pricing
y detalles
mechanism
y
for
estaba previsto en la
fees and what was provided for in the regulations.
You left la Comisión Nacional de Energía pursuant to paragraph 1 of your witness statement on the 7th of October, 2020. Is that correct, sir?
Sí,
Yes.
desvinculado.
Yes, I stopped working there.
Pursuant to paragraph 1 of your declaration, you say that you presently work with RCM jumping to Spanish, abogados
Español,
consultores.
lawyers, consultants.
Sí, lo veo.
Yes, I do.
And are you still presently working for RCM Abogados Consultores as you sit here today?
Así es.
That's right.
Sir, does RCM Abogados represent the Dominican state?
No,
No,
Does RCM Abogados represent any entities in the electronic sector in the Dominican Republic?
cuando habla de entidad, se
when
refiere
you say agency or entity, do you mean institutional or private?
That's a fair question, sir. Let's start with governmental.
en la actualidad no tengo ninguna
At
representación.
present, I don't have any public sector clients.
Do you have any relationship with any private entities in the Dominican power sector?
Como abogados, facilitamos
As
servicios
attorneys, we facilitate advising services and consulting services to several companies in the sector who seek us out.
Sir, do you agree that the Dominican Republic has set ambitious targets to reduce its per capita greenhouse gas emissions? Do you agree with that statement?
La República Dominicana suscribió
The Dominican Republic signed the COP21 commitments related to climate change and took on commitments precisely to reduce the impact on climate change from the standpoint of the power sector. And this is reflected in the law on the National Development Strategy, which sets forth the commitment to take on renewable energy sources.
Thank you, sir. And would you agree that it's another objective of the Dominican Republic to reduce import dependency and the local and global impacts of fossil fuel combustion on the environment, including those associated with climate change? Do you agree with that?
uno de los objetivos es precisamente
One of the objectives is precisely to move away from our dependency on fossil fuels in light of the impact they have on the national economy.
And do you also agree that, at least with respect to the Dominican Republic, agricultural residue and waste are the predominant potential sources of bioenergy supply? Do you agree with that statement?
¿Me puedes repetir la pregunta porque se estuvo cortando la traducción?
Could you repeat the question because there was some intermittency in the signal?
With respect to the Dominican Republic, agricultural residue and waste are the predominant potential sources of bioenergy supply in the Dominican Republic.
Los residuos agrícolas y los residuos
Agricultural waste and urban solid waste are essentially an important input for generating electricity in terms of valuing these biomass waste, and that is what is provided for in the planning.
Thank you, sir. And in your role as the director of CNE, did you agree that there's a major potential for waste to energy from municipal solid waste, especially from the country's large landfills?
Espéreme, licenciado Cano. Señor presidente, solo para saber, me parece que mi...
It seems to me that my colleague in Miami is reading from a document because he said his role as director of the CNE So is it possible, in order to better follow, if he could read from the paper that if he could share with us what he's reading from so we could better follow him? It seems to me that it's the same document that's up on the screen, where Mr. Cano says that he was designated executive director of the National Energy Commission. But could you please clarify that point, Mr. Lorenzo?
Thank you, Mr. President. And I have to assume that well, I'll just go on. Mr. Cano, you were the executive director of CNE from the 19th of February 2018 through the 7th of October of 2020, correct?
Yo fui designado el 19 de febrero.
I was designated 19 February, but I began on the 20th of February.
And sir, in your capacity as the executive director of CNE during that period, did you believe that there was a major potential for waste to energy from the municipal solid waste, especially from the Dominican Republic's large landfills? Was that your view when you were at CNE?
La situación de los residuos.
The situation of waste has been a problem that has been identified as such from both an environmental and health standpoint in the Dominican Republic. So, in terms of from the perspective of development of the energy sector, particularly renewable energy sources, one of those is making use of such waste to generate electricity, so long as one complies with the relevant regulations in the sector.
Draw your attention to C-150. Sir, and this is a document from la Comisión Nacional de Energía, CNE, and IRENA, the International Renewable Energy Agency, that provides a remap, a renewable energy roadmap through 2030. Do you see that, sir?
Sí, lo estoy viendo. Pero hay
Yes,
una...
I do see it, but there's something incorrect. This is a document of IRENA, and the National Energy Commission collaborated. The document was not drawn up by the Commission, but rather it's a working document for reference of IRENA, which undertook an analysis of the market reality and projections, which in its view could be determined based on the electricity market in the DR.
That was helpful. And this document is dated November 2016, correct?
Sí, lo que dice.
That's what it says.
And if we go to page 3 of the document, previous one. Page 3 of the document, you could see that the Director General of IRENA provides the forward of this report, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
And then if you go to the next page, you'll see that CNE provides also some words in the forward of the report, and it references Juan Rodriguez Nina, Executive Director of CNE. Do you see that, sir?
Sí, sí.
Yes, I do.
And at the time, was he the director of CNE?
El señor Nina era el director de la CNE.
Mr. Nino, yes, was the director of the CNE.
Of Mr. Juan Rodriguez's forward, speaking with respect to the roadmap, as you said, put together by IRENA. The executive director of CNE notes, this roadmap, therefore, is vitally important to the Dominican Republic, reinforcing political decisions and identifying the main challenges to be faced in pursuit of our objectives. Along with adopting specific commitments, such analysis is essential to enable us to meet our goals. Do you see that, sir?
Sí, lo veo en inglés, en idioma inglés.
Yes, I do see it in the English language.
That is the statement that's made by the then executive director of CNE, correct?
De acuerdo a ese documento, sí es la declaración de él.
According to that document, yes, that is his statement.
We go to page 13.
Pero
Exact-
me gustaría quizás volver a,
But
a esa
I'd,
parte.
I'd like to go back to that page if we could.
We'll go back to it.
Me gustaría poder precisar si se entiende lo que está
I'd,
diciendo.
Like to specify whether what that paragraph says is understood, because it's a paragraph in this document as a reference defining the policy in the energy sector. And the work of IRENA is to help countries identify some factors that would make it possible to develop policies. It's not a binding document, but rather a reference document. And that is what that paragraph says.
Thank you, sir. That was helpful, and I hope you had an opportunity to clarify your previous answer. We'll turn now to page 13. And in the executive summary, it notes that the remap is a roadmap based on close cooperation and consultation with experts, energy statisticians, energy modelers, and energy policy experts nominated by the governments. Do you see that, sir?
Sí, lo veo.
Yes,
And
I
if we
do.
turn to the next page,
Pero sería bueno que continuara lo que termina.
But it would be a good idea to go on reading and see that this is an analysis of the potential costs and savings in renewable energies. It is just an analysis. They are not final conclusions. What I would like to highlight is that this is the document that used to be and it's still a benchmark for policymaking within the energy sector, but of a non-binding nature, because IRENA's job is not to impose studies that they draft in cooperation with the government, rather to help governments identify policy items.
and not only is this report, this map, based on consultation with experts, but if we go to page 14, it was also developed in close cooperation with the National Energy Commission, Comisión Nacional de Energía of the Dominican Republic, correct?
Claro, es el órgano
Yes,
que tiene a cargo la.
that is the body that is in charge of policy making. And what would be a clearer agency that works in cooperation with that body.
That was developed in close cooperation with CNE, at least pursuant to this document, quantifies what can realistically be achieved by 2030 in the Dominican Republic's total energy system in terms of renewable energy technology, potential, costs, and savings, correct?
Es lo que dice, sí.
That's what it says.
And this document also makes reference to Duquesa, correct?
No sé. No.
I do not know. I do not see it.
Well, I'll draw you to it. Bioenergy and
Okay.
waste. And at least according to this document, produced in cooperation with CNE, it notes that there is potential to increase total bioenergy capacity from landfill gases and biogas, as well as through co-firing. By 2030, total installed capacity could reach 448 megawatts under the remap. This is divided into four sources. Firstly, landfill gas from the large Duquesa and other major landfills could supply 220 megawatts. Do you see that, sir?
Sí, lo veo.
I do see it.
And if we go to page 47 of the report, again, prepared by INSA, IRENA, in close cooperation with CNE, it again references Duquesa. You see it there, sir?
Sí, sí.
And it again
Certainly.
identifies Duquesa as a potential source for waste to energy, given that it has total urban solid waste amounts of around 8,000 tons. See that, sir?
Sí, claro.
Yes, certainly. That is the main deposit for the greater Santo Domingo.
Lajun still had a valid concession to operate Duquesa, correct?
Habría que ver la
We need
documentación.
to look into the documents that state that,
Okay.
De la cual yo no he sido parte. O sea, no.
but I haven't seen it.
Well, sir, in your declaration, you say that you reviewed the concession contract.
Sí, fue revisado.
Yes, it was reviewed.
Parte de lo que
Yes,
era el tema
whatever had to do with
del desarrollo de
the development
la generación de energía.
of the energy generation from solar and biogas. But as to the relationship and use of Duquesa, I did not go into any depth.
So let's go on this page that we were looking at. And at least in this report of renewable energy prepared by IRENA in close cooperation with CNE, there's an assumption of the construction of an 80 megawatt landfill gas powered plant for Duquesa, correct?
Sí, el texto dice que
Yes,
el
the
RIMA
text says that remap assumes
I'm sorry, sir, I interrupted you.
asume o presume o
assumes that there would be a construction of an 80 megawatt plant, something viable in Duquesa.
That in addition to Duquesa, given that there are 350, more than 350 landfills in the Dominican Republic, there are opportunities to create similar plants in other landfills, correct?
sí.
Yes,
And in fact, sir, other landfills are in the process, as we sit here today, developing waste to energy plants in the Dominican Republic, correct?
Sí, claro.
yes,
Sir, I'd like
certainly.
to take you now, if I may, to C198. And I'd like to go to page 11 of C198. Point 11. Sir, can you see that? That's as big as we can make it. Can you read it on the screen?
¿Qué documento ¿Qué documento es
What
este?
document is it again?
This is document C-198, a document that's in evidence in this proceeding. And it is a newspaper article from the 22nd of May, 2020. Sir, at that time, you were the executive director of CNE, correct?
Sí.
Yes,
This article is announcing, in fact, references you. Do you see your name there, sir? We'll make it.
Sí, lo veo.
I do see it.
And this article is announcing that the government had authorized the subscription, the signing of a contract to process and waste and produce energy in San Pedro de Macorís, correct?
Así es.
That is correct.
So the government granted a concession for this waste to energy facility, correct?
Correcto.
Correct.
And it was done pursuant to law 5707, correct?
Sí, claro.
Yes, certainly.
And that's the law that you rely upon to issue the concession that you ultimately awarded to Streamline, correct?
Correcto. Es la ley que regula.
Correct. That is the law that regulates processes for the generation of energies from renewable resources.
In the last two paragraphs, give me 1 second. The last two, and it's tough to read, and I apologize, we can't really get it much bigger. So that the granting of this concession, going to Spanish, is el punto de partida
Is the starting point
de un proceso técnico,
of a technical process
ambiental,
in the environmental
sostenible,
area that is economically sustainable, which will be useful to solve the problem of the final disposition of waste by replacing more than 350 open landfills that are operating in the country with industrial facilities to treat waste with energy purposes. This initiative represents a great step towards the improvement of the management of solid waste in our country and will be used as an example for other municipalities. Do you see that?
Perdón.
Estamos la misma, estamos la misma.
We're in the same situation.
I'm sorry.
No, I apologize, sir. I'll take the yes or el sí, that's fine. And Mr. Cano,
El sí en español para seguir el protocolo.
muchas gracias.
Yes,
Thank
in Spanish to continue with the product.
you. Mr. Cano, you agree with these statements, right?
Sí, porque esto
Yes,
es una motivación
because this is a motivation for policy making at the level of the state, and also the law, the strategic law on development and the COP21 commitment we have in terms of climate change. So it should be supported, but as stated there, and that was always our position in connection
las otras instituciones que
and
tienen
also working with the other institutions related to the health and the environment. It was a way to mitigate the detrimental impact of landfills. And since we did not have the experience, and we still don't have it, experience in this type of transformation of waste for energy, clearly these initiatives are positively regarded, and this company covered all of the process. The provisional request for authorization, all of the studies, everything that had to do with the environment, the superintendency, and the CNE.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to now turn to that same exhibit, first
So-
page, C198. And this idea of waste to energy didn't just involve San Pedro de Macorís. Here's an article from June of 2021 that's titled, going to Spanish, Gestión de Manuel Jiménez prepara
Manuel
solución de
Jiménez administration is preparing final solution for the historical problem of trash.
And this article describes
Yes,
an agreement that was reached to, in essence, well, an agreement that was reached to build a waste to energy facility in Santo Domingo, with Santo Domingo Este. Correct, sir?
Es lo que dice ahí.
that's what it says. I'm not familiar with the agreement.
Do you know who Manuel Jiménez is?
Claro.
Jiménez,
Who is-
certainly,
Él es el
he
alcalde de San
is the mayor of Santo Domingo East.
Lo que estoy diciendo es, perdón,
What I'm saying is that I'm not familiar with the agreement. I had left the CNE then, and I don't know if something had been processed to build this project to use energy. And this article, I apologize, doesn't show the source. Where was it published?
Thank you, sir. And at least according to this article, Mr. Cano, it not only references Manuel Jiménez, but also references that this project, going to Spanish, es un proyecto conjunto.
Is a joint project of the government, of the administration of Luis Abinader and the Santo Domingo East municipality, thought to provide a modern, sustainable, and final solution to the waste problem in the largest city of the Dominican Republic.
And sir, do
Yes,
you know if this waste to energy facility that's described in this article concerns Duquesa?
sir?
No, no tengo conocimiento.
No, I do not know.
Well,
Ya le dije que no conozco ese acuerdo.
thank you, sir.
I
I'd
told
like
you
to now-
already, I do not know that agreement.
170. And this is a minuta going to Spanish de la segunda reunión
Of the second meeting held by the President's Commission on the restructuring of the open air landfill, of the Duquesa open air landfill.
And then it lists a number of
said-
these that took part in this second meeting of the Presidential Commission that concerned Duquesa. And you'll see that you are listed as a participant. You see that, sir?
Sí, lo veo.
Yes,
And you participated in this meeting as the executive director of CNE, correct?
Correcto.
correct.
And this meeting took place on the 3rd of March, 2020 in El Palacio Nacional. Do you see that, sir?
No lo veo ahí, pero sí.
I do
correcto.
not see it there, but it is correct.
Ahora sí.
You see it there, sir? I'm sorry.
Sí, lo veo.
Yes, I do see it.
And if you look at the list of participants, it's not only you, but they're representatives from a number of ministries and from the ayuntamientos as well, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
And you'll see the first point under temas tratados was to learn information from DCOX about this arbitration. See that, sir?
Sí, lo veo.
Yes, I do.
So apparently this arbitration was discussed in this meeting, correct?
Si mal recuerdo,
If my memory serves me right, we did not talk about the arbitration. It was just very general information on the arbitration situation.
And if we go to page 3 of this minuta, it references el alcalde de Santo Domingo Oeste. You see that there, sir?
Sí, lo veo.
Yes,
And el alcalde de Santo Domingo Oeste suggested inviting private companies to process the solid waste and convert it into sub-products. Do you see that?
Sí, lo veo.
yes,
So it could produce energy. Do you see that, sir?
Bueno, lo que dice es que iban
well, it says that they were going to invite the companies as a way to listen to proposals regarding the processing, the final disposition of waste and the processing and its use for energy generation. That's what it says.
Do you know if that invitation was ever sent?
Yes?
No,
No,
no sé, no lo sé.
I do not know.
Well, that's what the mayor from Santo Domingo Este said. La viceministra de la presidencia
The vice
rightfully
minister of the presidency
said that there was a meeting on the 28th of February, and it was a meeting of a subcommission, sub-technical commission that received 4 private groups. Do you see that, sir?
Sí, lo veo.
I do see it.
You know who were the 4 private groups that met with the vice minister of the presidency and this sub-technical group concerning Duquesa? Do you know what private entities were at those meetings?
No se
No.
presentó esa información. No,
That information was not provided. I didn't have that information.
And if you go to the next sentence, it says that the alcalde of Santo Domingo Oeste explained that he also has received certain companies, and they even went as far as doing a formal, jumping to Spanish, licitación. Do you see that, sir?
Bidding process.
Sí, lo veo.
I do
Thank
see it.
And sir, there's a portion of this minuta, if we jump to page 8, that describes your direct intervention in this meeting. And so I'll give you a moment to just read that so it can refresh your recollection, as I know it was several years ago. And after you've had an opportunity to read it, let me know and I'll proceed to ask my questions.
Leído ya.
Do you
I
recall
have read it.
This portion of the meeting after you've had an opportunity to read La Minuta, Mr. Cano?
Sí, claro.
Of course.
And pursuant to this Minuta, you noted, you reinforced the idea that there is energetic value in waste, correct?
Sí, claro.
Yes, certainly. As I have said before, this is related to what was a policy from the energy point of view, that is to say, to use
And sir,
waste for energy.
you were a CNE, there was a political priority to find opportunities for clean energy, correct?
Sí, claro.
Yes, certainly. We had to attain certain goals, the objectives that were part of the law on the National Strategy for Development, at least come as close as possible to that.
And you go on to say here, sir, that you received certain English companies with experience in waste to energy. Do you see that?
Sí, claro.
Of course,
Which English companies did you receive to discuss waste to energy? If you remember.
No recuerdo el nombre de la
I do
empresa,
not
pero
recall the names of the companies, but basically their proposal was to use plastic and also tires
For the production of power?
para la producción de energía. Para la
for the
producción de energía.
production of power.
Thank you, sir. And you go on to note, at least as of the 3rd of March of 2020, that 2 waste to energy projects had already been approved. One in Santiago and one in San Pedro de Macorís, correct?
Correcto.
Correct.
And we saw in the article that I showed you earlier that in 2021, there's another project in Santo Domingo proper, that one approved by the new president, correct?
No creo que diga que fue
I
aprobado.
do not think I said it was approved by the new president.
You're absolutely right, sir. We saw the article that discussed a waste to energy facility that was being promoted by Santo Domingo Este, correct?
Sí lo vemos.
Yes, we
Pero
did
si
see that.
fuera él, verá que no dice
But if
que
you want to go back to that, you are going to see that it was approved.
You are absolutely right. Thank you for that clarification. Sir, do you know if the Dominican Republic
¿Sabe?
ever prepared a public bid for the construction of a waste to energy facility at Duquesa?
una licitación específicamente para la
A specific bid for the construction of a WTE plant from the Duquesa waste? The answer is no.
A public bid after the government took control of Duquesa in 2017 to give rights to the waste that is dumped on Duquesa so that it could be used as feedstock for a waste to energy facility.
Licenciado Cano, espéreme. Señor presidente, voy a
Mr.
tener...
President, I will have to object because this has nothing to do with his statement. The minutes I allow because he was present at the meeting, but as to the bids and all that, it is quite vague and it has nothing to do with his statement. It is true that it is not mentioned in the statement, in his statement. You could probably limit the scope to what is specifically the preview of the witness, Mr. Lorenzo.
I'll endeavor to do that. Since I'm allowed apparently to ask about La Minuta, I'll turn to La Minuta, page 10. And in La Minuta, again, you were present at this meeting. It talks about the granting of concessions or public bids, jumping to Spanish, licitaciones, with respect to Duquesa. Do you see that, sir?
No veo nada que diga duquesa ahí.
I do not see anything that reads Duquesa.
Is from the second meeting of the Presidential Commission for the restructuring of the open air vertedero of Duquesa.
Sí, pero
So
me gustaría ver quién.
Yes, I would like to see who is saying that, because this could be
Una expresión general en ese
a
contexto.
general expression in that context. But who is saying that?
In the
No,
minuta,
¿quién lo dice? ¿De quién?
No, who says that? What is the source?
Ese representante
What is the source? Who is that DCOX representative?
no, I wasn't at the meeting. You were. But if we go to the first page, maybe his or her name.
Lo que quiero, perdóneme, pero
I apologize, sir. I apologize.
lo que quiero saber es en
I
qué
would like to know the context in which that representative said whatever he or she said. Because you're asking me as if that was specifically for Duquesa, this phrase that we see here, highlighted in yellow. I cannot confirm that that specifically referred to Duquesa.
DCOX representative. It was Marcelo Salazar.
Ok, pero puede
Bien.
subir la página un poco para.
Good.
Sure.
But can we scroll up to see the previous paragraph?
The previous paragraph.
Do you see it, sir?
No. No lo veo.
No, I don't see it.
There you go.
Esa es la página anterior.
Is that the previous page?
That's the paragraph before the paragraph that talks about el representante DCOX.
Porque si usted ve ahí donde habla el ministro Esteve, dice que se reunirá.
Mr. Esteves says that he will meet the CA or Ministry of Agriculture to allow caliche mine in official lots. That has nothing to do with Duquesa. So this is why I say that this is a very general sentence. It's not a statement regarding specifically Duquesa. DCOX representative said that he understands that it's a public policy issue. And he asked for caution in actions such as a direct concession or a bid before the arbitration award.
It is making reference to an arbitration, and it is making reference to a representative of DCOX. And if we go to page 2 of this document, because you asked the question, sir, this page 2 identifies the representative of DCOX. And as you can see, it describes the arbitration, notificación de intención de arbitraje contra la
Notification of an intent to go into an arbitration against the Dominican Republic.
You see that, sir?
Sí. Sí.
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, at page 6, paragraph 7. Page 6, paragraph 7. Page 6, paragraph 7, footnote 17. 17. Paragraph 7, footnote 17. Are you there, sir? Hold on.
Sí.
Page 6. Trying to find
Yes.
it. Just 1 second, sir. Sir, I had the right reference. Page 6, paragraph 7, footnote 17. You make reference to, jumping to Spanish, un estudio de factibilidad.
A feasibility study.
Factibilidad, I'm sorry.
Sí, lo veo.
Yes,
Will
I
you
see it.
provide a copy of that feasibility study?
No. Por
No.
eso el lenguaje.
That's why the language I use there is that I understand that there was a feasibility study. I was informed. I didn't, it was not
Did you ask?
meant for me to understand or to read that study.
Were you made aware, sir, that that
No.
feasibility study is in the arbitral record identified as C-42?
No, no.
No, nope. As far as I know, I can't say if it's there or not.
Feasibility study was provided by La Jun to el alcalde de Santo Domingo Norte in November of 2016?
No.
No,
Sir, were
No
you
te-
made a, I'm sorry, I interrupted
No,
you.
no, it's okay. No, está bien.
Sir, were you made
no,
aware
go ahead.
that on the 10th of November of 2010, the mayor of el Ayuntamiento de Santo Domingo Norte confirmed that, jumping to Spanish, la sala capitular del
The
Ayuntamiento,
capitular hall of the municipality of Santo Domingo,
the generation of electricity through waste in Duquesa?
No, no tenía por qué.
no, I didn't have to know that because I didn't participate in that process at all.
Thank you, sir. Sir, in paragraph 6, the bottom of paragraph 6, at page 5 of your declaration, you make reference to the concession contract. Do you see that, sir?
Sí.
Yes,
And you reviewed the concession contract, correct?
En los aspectos de la generación de energía.
as far as it has to do with energy generation.
In addition to the contract, all of the addenda, the addendums to that contract?
Sí, tuve.
Yes,
Los estuve viendo también.
I saw them as well.
And you also reviewed the first settlement agreement between La Jun and el Ayuntamiento de Santo Domingo Norte, correct?
Sí, lo vi también.
Yes, I saw that as well.
Sir, do you recall taking part in the summer of 2020 in a virtual conference titled Duquesa, el manejo de residuos sólidos y
The
otras
handling of solid waste and other responsibilities linked to the above.
organized by la Pontificia Universidad Católica Madre y Maestra?
Creo que participé como
I
oyente.
think I took part as part of the audience, not actively, if I recall correctly.
Señor presidente, se congeló el transcript. No sé si es para todo el mundo, pero hace un par de
Mr. President,
preguntas.
I don't have transcript about 2 questions ago. I think it froze.
En el español se cortó.
Yes, in Spanish, the transcript was interrupted after the sala capitular.
Por favor.
I will try to fix it, says Paul.
Gracias.
Thank you for letting us know, Mrs. Joldy.
sir, I'm sorry, has it been fixed?
Todavía no.
Un minuto, doctor.
Not yet. Just a second.
Ahí está.
There it is.
Sí, ahora sí pueden continuar. Gracias.
Yes, please continue. You can go on, Mr. Lorenzo.
Just to confirm, excellent, thank you. Mr. Chairman, can I proceed?
Yes, I say that, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Mr. Cano, I had asked you about a virtual conference titled Duquesa, el manejo de residuos sólidos y otras responsabilidades asociadas, organized by la Universidad Católica Madre y Maestra. And I asked you if you recall that conference. Do you recall it, sir?
Licenciado Lorenzo, ¿podría repetir, por favor, el número del exhibit?
Could you
Porque
please repeat the number of the exhibit because we don't have it?
I'm asking him a question about a conference.
Okay.
Do you recall that conference, sir?
No recuerdo exactamente la conferencia.
I can't recall the conference exactly, but what is the question?
Do you agree, sir? Jumping into Spanish, que es obligación del Estado
That it is a responsibility of the state to establish a policy in order to have waste as a feedstock for energy generation.
Bueno, tendría que objetar en la parte de
Well,
obligación.
I would have to object to the term obligation or requirement because the main responsibility is in the hands of the municipalities. The state sets the general guidelines of the policy, but we would have to see the context in which that sentence was pronounced.
Mr. Chairman, can I have 2 minutes to? Go ahead, I'm sorry, Mr. Cano.
Se me ha perdido la pantalla.
I lost the screen where the documents are being projected.
Creo que no hay nada en esa pantalla.
I think there's nothing on that screen for the moment. Mr. Lorenzo, go ahead. Could we take 2 or 3 minutes to discuss with my colleagues to see if there are other questions for Mr. Cano?
Sí, por supuesto.
Yes, of course, says Mr. Fernandez.
We'll be right back.
All right. I'm going to be back too.
Usted puede quedarse ahí, debe quedarse ahí, doctor Cano, por el
You should
momento.
stay there for the moment, Mr. Cano. Well, I was going to the restroom. No, that you can do, but you should come back as fast as possible and not discuss anything with anybody. That I promise.
Señor Lorenzo, ¿tienen alguna respuesta del?
Mr. Lorenzo, do you have an answer for us?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Cano, thank you for your time this morning, sir. We have no further questions.
Muchas gracias, señor Lorenzo.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Lorenzo.
Doctora Jolly, que usted puede contestar.
Dr. Jolly, please tell us if you need time to order your lines of questions. How much time would you would like? You read my mind because my colleagues are in other offices, so I would need about 5 minutes.
Bueno, entonces vamos a las salas.
Okay, let's go to the breakout rooms for 5 minutes. The tribunal will have a couple of questions, and they will be asked immediately after the questions by the respondent. I will reiterate that Dr. Cano, please stay where you are. You know how this is. So let's go to the breakout rooms and we will come back in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Sí, por favor, señora Joldi. ¿Nos puede-
Mrs. Joldi, if you could please tell us what you decided, how are you going to proceed? Yes, thank you, Mr. President. We only have a couple of questions. So, Mr. Cano, good morning, good afternoon. I would like to ask you a couple of questions. At the beginning of your questioning, Licenciado Lorenzo asked you if, and he said this in English,
Por la República se tradujo como
when
contratada.
were you engaged by the Republic? It was translated as contracted. And I just want to confirm if you were hired or contracted by the Republic.
De verdad que necesitaría un poco más de... Oh, sorry. Espera que estoy... Me debo quedar acá porque estoy oyendo la traducción en inglés.
I'm listening to the translation in English. Should I stay in that channel? I think it was the interpreter's mistake. I'm sorry.
No oigo al presidente.
I don't hear the president. In your computer,
Sí, lo sé.
you have a little globe with the, I have Spanish, but I was listening to English. Let us know. Go ahead.
No, decía, quizás puntualizar.
I just wanted to
¿En qué contexto se llama?
refer to the context of the word engaged, contratado in Spanish, because if it has to do with my participation in the state, well, yes. But have I been hired for this proceeding or another proceeding? That's a different context. For this arbitration, were you paid to take part in this arbitration? No, nothing. Thank you very much. Now, I have a question about what Licenciado Lorenzo asked you on document C-150. I hope it can be projected on the screen by one of my colleagues. This is a part of the document that Licenciado Lorenzo did not show you, and it has to do with this paragraph. Could you read this paragraph and make a comment?
Sí, ya lo leí.
Yes, I read it.
Eso, perfecto. Si puedes solo comentar.
If you could please
Sobre ese párrafo.
give us some feedback on this paragraph. Well, basically, it talks about Law 57-07, which is whose objective is to promote renewable sources of energy, and it indicates that this is consistent with the national development strategy, and it sets a goal of between 10 and 25% of electricity production in the Dominican Republic from renewable sources. And even though this goal is not necessarily a firm commitment, it shows that the state is committed to try to reach those percentages of use of renewable sources of energy for the national grid. This is the interest of the country in assuming these objectives and commitments. Further on, Licenciado Lorenzo asked you about a series of press articles, C-198, having to do with, and he asked you about two projects, one in San Pedro de Macorís and one in Santiago. And you began to say that those projects did fulfill the legal framework. And I can't recall your words exactly, but you said they fulfilled the requirements. Could you give us more details on that issue? What did the two companies do? Well, both companies officialized their concession agreements according to the regulations, both law 175/01 and the other law on renewable sources of energy. They require, first of all, to obtain a provisional concession for the studies, and then you can determine whether the project is feasible, and you can structure an economic proposal based on the realities of the Dominican market. So this is analyzed from a legal and technical viewpoint, and an opportunity is given to these companies to officialize a second stage, which is a petition for an official concession, provided they present all the documents required by the regulations. They should include all these studies, a series of statements from several institutions saying that this project is feasible and it is respectful of the environment, and it is consistent with the production of electricity, etc. So all these technical, legal, and economic and financial information is then sent to the National Energy Commission, which receives those studies, and the legal and technical studies are used to determine whether there can be a favorable recommendation to the National Energy Commission. So the National Energy Commission, with that document, performs its own study. That recommendation by the Superintendency of Electricity is not necessarily binding for the Commission. It could request clarifications or say that it does not agree with the recommendation. And if it does agree, it is sent to the proposal is sent to the board of the commission, which assesses these studies made according to the statement of the superintendency, and then the executive director is authorized to present a favorable recommendation to the executive of the country. The executive power of the country is entitled to approve or disapprove this project. If it approves it, there is a power issued, an authorization for the concession contract to be signed. And that is the end of this formal and legal cycle, because that is what defines the contractual nature with the contractor, which can be now as concessionaire with the Dominican Republic. And that gives him the right to build the facilities required for this project. Obviously, there are some time limits set in the concession contract for the performance of these works, the building of the facilities, and these deadlines, even though they could appear long, are short because of the situation of the market. And then they in fact, none of the two companies have been able to begin building, and they don't have any PPA agreements yet either.
Which is one of the things that is probably a concern of many of the actors in the sector. So they deal with all of that. And they have a definitive concession in hand. Well, then the country has the expectation that the specific project can then get started. Thank you very much. And it seems to me that you said, and I lost it because I have a hard time following the transcript. I believe you said that there are several stages and a recommendation is made. Now, when the CNE receives a request for concession of any type or an application, that the commission or any other institution might reject. Does it happen that they might reject or send it back? Yeah, reject or send back the application? Yes, in the initial stage, provisional, it is exclusive of it is up to the CNE. They can send the file back to the petitioner or applicant, asking them to fill out, to add some information, or that the project as submitted isn't feasible, the optimal conditions aren't included to make it feasible for the Dominican market, and then that could be corrected and the application or petition can be resubmitted. And when it gets to the Superintendency of Electricity, the superintendency can make observations on the project. And there have even been experiences where the superintendency has formally rejected, has said it cannot give a favorable recommendation because in the technical and economic committees, it was decided that it was not viable. I don't know if I'm speaking too quickly for interpretation. I think you're doing okay. So if it's favorable, the opinion of the superintendency that is, then it comes to the CNE with a favorable recommendation. And I was saying it's not necessarily binding on the commission. The commission can analyze the documents or the analysis, can review the what's been done by the superintendency. It could decide to go into greater depth in the studies and it can return it. Or it can simply reject the project. That has happened. It has happened. Fine. And I think you said it, but perhaps I didn't get it. The timeframes for this procedure, assuming that all is going well, or that it turns out well, how much time are we talking about? Well, the timeframes, based on my experience, can generally be anywhere from 3 to 4 or 5 years. The time is almost always determined by the petitioner because they need to supplement some information. They need to go into greater depth in some study if asked to do so. So there's an interaction between the petitioner and the institution that's taking cognizance of the file, whether it is the superintendency or the commission. And so this results in meetings with technical and legal teams, and the petitioner is provided guidance as to whether there's some problem or something that is not understood technically speaking. Then the teams will meet to review that. And sometimes, as they say, the ball is in the court of the petitioner, who might need to rework some things, and that all takes its time. Fine. And I believe you told me that the right to build and operate a plant is born with the concession. And I'd like to ask you, is there any other way, legally speaking, or within the Dominican framework, the right to operate an energy plant would come into being? No, for commercial purposes, energy, well, the only way is to comply with all the requirements in the law and regulations. It's a regulated market. Like any other market, there is a high level of security and one cannot allow anyone who's generating electricity to touch the lines or to freely interconnect. Rather, they need to undergo a rigorous process for this to be able to happen. And that is formalized through all of these steps, which do not end with the definitive concession. Rather, the definitive concession gives rise to the right to build, and therefore the right to opt for interconnection. That is a different stage. It's a more technical one and has to be done by the petitioner, or in this case, it would be the concessionaire, with the superintendency of electricity and with the coordinator or coordinating group, which administers, so to speak, the administration of the national electricity system, the operation of the national electricity system. That's the one who authorizes, who verifies that the connection can be made without any problem. And that too takes time. It could take 6 to 8 months. The municipalities within the applicable legal framework, and particularly what you said about the national electricity system, do they confer rights to generate electricity? Can they confer rights? No. In their freedom of contract, what they can do is enter into agreements with those who administer places where waste is disposed. But that does not relieve them, or nor can it be understood in any way as meaning that one can skip over compliance with the electricity laws and regulations, because what I was saying before, it is a sector, as in any other country, that is highly regulated, and it requires extreme oversight for security, and it also requires that the state itself become involved as an overseer, let's say, of the provision of a public service as is electricity. Thank you very much, sir.
Un segundo.
Just a second, please. My last question, just to follow up on what you said. The municipalities cannot in any way grant energy or electricity concessions, just the follow-up, as you said. It's the executive, the President of the Republic, who's authorized to grant concessions. Thank you very much, Mr. Cano.
Señor presidente, ¿la demandada tiene más preguntas o?
Mr. President, does the respondent have any more questions? I'm sorry, Mr. Cohen. It's a bit of work because my colleagues are at other offices, at other sites, but let us know when you're ready to ask another question. Thank you very much. I think we're going to have one more question, but so sorry, we're in different offices. Yes, I understand perfectly well.
Señor presidente.
Mr. President, yes.
Licenciado Cano, ya no tenemos más preguntas. Muchas
Mr.
gracias.
Cano, we have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, doctora Yoldi.
Thank you very much, Ms. Yoldi. The tribunal does have a question which will be put by my colleague, Mr. Leithley. Christian, please go ahead. Thank you very much, President. Good morning, Mr. Cano. During the questions put to you by Mr. Lorenzo, you were taken to C-150, which is a document that makes reference to projects and development of energy plans. You don't need to look at the document because the question has more to do with your reaction. The question had to do with the possible development of an energy plant in the region. And you said, yes, of course, because the amount of trash generated by Santo Domingo Norte is very great. And what we've heard in the course of the hearing is that it generates that 40 to 50% of all the garbage generated in the country ends up at Duquesa. Now, if this is correct, and I don't want to get too much into the exact percentage, but if it is indeed a very large landfill that is very important, might this impact the might impact the analysis of where one would set up a waste to energy plant. And since it's a significant resource, being able to generate energy in this way, would La Duquesa be a viable option for developing such a plant from your point of view? Well, any landfill in the Dominican Republic is an option to be used as a space for setting up a power plant or a waste recovery plant to generate energy, because it's one of the ways to resolve a very serious problem that we have in the Dominican Republic. And this has been confirmed by all the environmental studies that have been carried out. We have, and I think it was said in one of the reports that was read earlier today, that we have more than 300 open-air landfills, and that means serious problems from the standpoint of health and socially. I'm sorry for interrupting you, but the question's quite specific, which is, if there's in terms of there being a plan to develop energy from solid waste, would Duquesa, being the largest landfill, well, what I was getting at was that Duquesa is not the most important landfill in the country, or the largest. The largest landfill in Greater Santo Domingo, which includes the province of Santo Domingo Este, Santo Domingo Norte, and Santo Domingo Este, and the capital city, also known as the National District. So Duquesa is like the hub, as we know of in aviation, or also with shipping, where these municipalities would go to dump their garbage. And sometimes, precisely because of the problems that would come up at a given point in time, there were prohibitions on other municipalities dumping there because of a whole debate that came out in the press. These independent municipalities are seeking alternatives. And that's why we saw what we saw about Santo Domingo Este, which has a serious waste disposal problem. So from Santo Domingo, which is a large city, it's the largest city in the Republic, Duquesa as an option, and building an energy production plant is viable. As I was saying earlier, at any landfill, well, any landfill could be used to as a solution for final disposal of garbage and for a power generation plant. And Duquesa, of course, could be an option. And based on the volume of waste that is generated there. Now, if I could add, Mr. President, I know that generating electricity from solid waste faces the problem that the waste has very little caloric value for generation. And so it needs to be assisted. And that's why our regulations establish the possibility of hybrid approach. One could use another fuel as an additional element, which is an additional element to help achieve the caloric level needed. But specifically to answer your question, yes, it's always been seen that a potential solution to that problem of waste disposal there is the idea of being able to recover that waste to be used to produce energy. That is the concrete answer. Thank you very much. Thank you, President. I have no further questions. Sorry, but yes. And my apologies if I spoke at excessive length. No, sometimes we don't know exactly where we're getting at, and that's why the questions might result in such long answers. Thank you, Mr. President. We thank you for being here. We know that you're busy, and that we thank you so much for spending this time with us and thereby contributing to this arbitration. So you are, so to speak, released, and you can leave when you wish. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Mr. Hogan. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to have been able to share these thoughts with you. So the next step is the examination of Delta Way. And what the tribunal would propose is that we take a 20-minute break right now to get into a new mindset, and so that the lawyers can reorganize. Does 20 minutes seem sufficient, or do you want to take the long break at this time? Mr. President, at least for claimant, 20 minutes sounds fine. And for us as well, Mr. President, thank you very much. It's fine. So we'll be back in 20 minutes, and the people from Delta Way will be ready for the direct and the cross. Thank you, and we'll see you in 20 minutes.
Muy bien, muchas gracias. So now we enter in the examination of Delta Way, and first of all, the experts will receive some introduction, and I would like to ask the experts to introduce themselves and in what character they will intervene in this proceeding. Please. The expert.
Do you want me to do that now, or do you want me to read this declaration?
First of all, you read the declaration, and then the order is not very relevant, but you need to introduce yourself and make the declaration you have before you, please.
Okay, my name is Steve Passage. I co-authored the expert report dated April 2021. I am a longtime expert in with experience in energy from waste, approximately 4 decades. I worked in the public sector working on waste energy. I worked in the private sector for Veolia for 23 years. And then I was a consultant for part-time before joining Deltaway. I've known Mr. Scrieve, the original author of the feasibility study and the expert report, for over 30 years. He reported to me when he was plant manager of a facility in Long Beach, California, and then again when he was a facility manager in Miami-Dade County. With the Port Authority, we helped a county in New Jersey develop, finance, build, and operate a waste energy plant. I left the Port Authority, a public agency, and joined Veolia in 1986. And with them, originally I was in charge of business development, contract negotiations, acquisition of facilities, and then I became the president for the last 10 years before it was sold to Covanta. While I was there, we were responsible for 15 waste energy plants in the United States and Canada. My background originally, sorry.
I'm sorry for interrupting you again. I thought that you were just introduced you and then to read the declaration. You are already.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All your CV. So please, before to explain all that, you need to make to read the declaration. I'm sorry.
The short answer to your question is my name is Steve Passage, and I am a co-presenter together of the presentation to you today.
Yes, and can you read the declaration you have before you?
I can. I have it here. I solemnly declare upon my honor and conscience that I shall speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that my testimony will be in accordance with my sincere belief. There is no unauthorized person present in this room with me, and I cannot communicate with anyone else during my testimony.
Thank you. Mr. Tulio, can you do the same, please?
Yes. My name is Thomas Tullo. I'm here as an expert witness in this proceeding. I solemnly declare upon my honor and conscience that I shall speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that my testimony will be in accordance with my sincere belief. There is no unauthorized person present in this room with me, and I cannot communicate with anyone else during my testimony.
Thank you. So now in this moment, I give the floor to the lawyers of Hogan Lovells, and they will maybe say something with you, and you can start with the presentation you have prepared.
Thank you.
Please, counsel.
Thank you. Again, my name is Mark Cheskin, a partner in Hogan Lovells. And I'll start with Mr. Tullo. Mr. Tullo, do you have with you both of the expert reports that you co-authored?
Yes, I do.
Is that your signature on those expert reports?
Yes, it is.
Do you have any changes that you would like to make before I ask similar questions of Mr. Passage?
No.
Okay. Mr. Passage, do you have both expert reports with you?
Yes, I do.
And is that your signature on the second report?
Yes, it is.
Are you familiar with the first expert report of Deltaway?
Yes, I am.
And have you adopted it as your own report, as if you had helped co-author it?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Would you have any changes to those?
No, I would not.
Okay. And then, Mr. President, Deltaway has a presentation, if they may continue.
Yes, of course, please. The expert can proceed.
I'm waiting for the presentation to appear on my screen.
Mr. Tullo? Share screen.
Okay, as I said before, my name is Steve Passage. I am a co-presenter of this expert testimony today before you. We've divided our presentation into 4 sections: expert credentials of The preparers, the chronology of events between the acquisition of Lahoon and the expert report dated January 2019, a discussion of the expert report, and then a discussion of some of JSL's objections. Next slide. Expert credentials. Francois Scrive, the original author of the feasibility study and the expert report, had decades of experience in energy from waste. Not energy in general, not renewable energy in general, but energy from waste. He was plant manager of a facility in Southern California for 4 years. And then he was, that was a mass burn technology. He then moved to Miami-Dade County, Florida, another warm climate, and he was manager for 4 years of the largest RDF facility in the world. And then he went on to found his own firm, Delta Way Energy. My name is Steve Passage. I have decades of experience in energy from waste. As I answered to the chairman initially, my experience was with the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. We were helping counties in New Jersey develop and build and finance and operate waste energy plants. In 1986, I moved to work for Veolia, and I was originally responsible for business development, acquiring existing facilities, negotiating contracts with public sector and private sector customers, and then became the president in 2000 and was president of Veolia North America Waste Energy for 10 years before our company was sold by Veolia to Covanta. I then was a consultant for a year to Veolia and then to Covanta, the company that acquired us. I have lots of experience. My experience is entirely in energy from waste. It's not in other forms of energy, and it's not in other sectors. Mr. Tullo has decades of experience in valuing companies and also raising private and public capital. Next slide. We've seen pictures of the Duquesa landfill. Here's one picture in the report. Another, next slide. We've all seen these. Next slide. So the chronology of events will start with the acquisition by Mr. Michael Lee Chen of Lahoon, and he chose to acquire Lahoon Corporation with the objectives of closing and mitigating the existing Duquesa landfill, building a new modern sanitary landfill, constructing an integrated resource recovery facility. Consider financing the integrated resource recovery facility with a combination of equity and debt, and of course, making money. Next slide. So
again, my name is Thomas Tullo. I would like to discuss first the scope of the 2014 feasibility project. In 2014, Michael Lee Chin engaged Delta Way Energy to study the feasibility of an energy from waste project at the Duquesa site, and if feasible, whether it could attract outside capital. Francois Scrive involved me in assessing the financing question, given my 30-plus year experience in investment banking. The objective was to build an integrated resource recovery facility, including a recycling plant, a waste to energy plant, and a landfill gas collection system for the purpose of decreasing harmful odors and emissions and generating power. Delta Way and I were to design and finance a reference plant for the way to build such a facility in the emerging markets. Mr. Lee Chin's ambition was to ultimately build a facility in his home country of Jamaica, but he determined that Duquesa was the best place to begin this goal. And for my purposes in 2015, myself and Mr. Scrive, we believe this facility would be built. And we hope to play a role in helping Mr. Lee Chin achieve his vision. At the meeting in the Dominican Republic, Mr. Scrive and I presented our findings. Since Mr. Lee Chin had previously expressed his intention to exercise an option to purchase additional hectares, we recommended he do so. This provided an area shown in the orange circle or orange triangle, rectangle. The new waste to energy center, the WTE, landfill gas and leachate treatment facilities would be located inside the green circle on this chart. One benefit to this approach was that it allowed the existing landfill operations center to continue unhindered during the construction phase. I should point out that the landfill extension was beneficial to the project, but not required. As you can see from this map, and also from an aerial photograph of Duquesa in our expert report, there was ample raw land at Duquesa on which to construct the operations if the extension were not available. We presented our conclusions in the Dominican Republic to Michael and Adrian Lee Chin at Duquesa. We concluded the project was feasible from an operational point of view, and Mr. Screeve proposed a detailed design to optimize this location. At that meeting, I provided my conclusion that the project would be financeable if Mr. Lee Chin were to wish to raise outside debt or equity financing to complete the project. Mr. Screeve and I followed up with the Lee Chins regularly in person in Toronto and by conference to be kept abreast of the status of their discussions with local authorities. We were looking for a decision to move to the next phase of the project planning. In the interim, Mr. Screeve and I held discussions with the IFC, which is a division of the World Bank, which had a team responsible for reviewing waste-to-energy projects in emerging markets. This team was extremely interested in the project. We believe that following the establishment of waste supply contracts and appropriate tip fees, a proper PPA would be obtained. I would now like to walk the tribunal members through our Delta Way expert report prepared in the second half of 2018 and delivered in January of 2019. We learned sometime in late 2017 that the government had removed the June Corporation from the Duquesa property, thus preventing Mr. Lee Chin from implementing the project. In 2018, Mr. Lee Chin re-engaged Delta Way to provide its expert opinion in relation to waste management, the waste-to-energy market, and project valuation. Mr. Screeve and I were to build a detailed model of the operational and financial characteristics of the project as if Mr. Lee Chin had still control of the property. As you can imagine, an investment of this must be modeled over a very long life, in this case, 32 years. To facilitate this, we broke the description into 3 phases. Phase 1, which was the period 4 years, would involve the construction and initial operation of the facility. Phase 2 involved the initial concession period, and phase 3 we have called the concession extension period, beginning in 2034. As the name suggests, phase 1 is dominated by the construction and initial operation of the facility. During this time, expenditures would total about $246 million. This table in front of you sets out the CapEx plan for phase 1. The bulk of the expenditures are made during the first 2 years of the project. In the next slide, I will explain the main components of the project. Mr. Lee Chin was planning to build an integrated resource recovery facility. The first component of this expenditure involved the recycling floor at a cost of $15 million. Here, incoming materials are tipped onto the floor of a large hall where local workers would collect valuable recyclables, present them for weighing, cleaning, and binding. Next, the design called for a refuse-derived fuel preparation plant at the cost of $21.5 million. The waste-to-energy facility, at a cost of $150 million, would include 3 units, each comprised of a feeder grate, a boiler, flue gas treatment, and stack flue. All 3 would be tied into a large steam turbine engine, which generates electricity. There would be a landfill gas generation facility comprising of 5 engines in the cost of $8 million to burn the methane gas collected from the landfill and the anaerobic digesters, which would be installed at a cost of 10 million. This is the landfill gas pipeline. In addition, this project called for the solar investment in phase 1 to put panels over the roofs of the several large structures, as well as landfill areas that were completed and available for solar installation. Our CapEx estimates for the project included a $20 million cushion for contingencies and cost escalation. In that sense, project could have cost less than this, but we provided such contingencies. Mr. Scrieve and his engineering team devoted several months utilizing the proprietary design software to balance the mass flows involved in the project. To begin with, the landfill was to receive 1.3 million tons of waste per year, as this had been the historical pattern. With the startup of the incineration plant, the waste being sent to the landfill declines from 840,000 tons to 280,000 tons per year. The reduction occurs as a result of the incineration, which takes place, in this case, 740,000 tons are incinerated. The reduction, now waste volume at a landfill is calculated, and capacity is calculated in volume terms, not tonnage terms. So here you can see that through the process of incineration, the landfill, the waste declines, going to the landfill declines from 1 million cubic meters to 226 cubic meters, or a decline of 38%. Again, in our model, throughout the model, we assumed a 3 waste to energy unit system. Let's look at phase 1 project revenues. The 3 sources of revenue are essentially, 3 of the sources of revenue are essentially pre-existing the plant construction. One is the recycling revenues. Another is the tipping fees coming from the incoming waste. And the third is the solar facility. The primary bump in revenues occurring during the initial startup comes from the waste to energy, or the integrated resource recovery facility. And this all causes revenues to rise from 40 million at the beginning to about 120 million by year of full operation. Now, Delta Way's primary responsibility was to build a detailed model of the operational and financial characteristics of the project year by year. Mr. Brent Kaczmarek from IAV Advisors was to use those cash flows to develop a valuation of the project. During phase 1, the rise in revenues to 125 million leads to a projected earnings before interest, taxes, and depreciation of $100 million by 2021. This, of course, is a significant ramp up in EBITDA. Slide 20 describes the revenues in further detail and looks at cash flows from the project. To begin with, tipping fees of $25 million in year 1 from the 1.3 million of municipal solid waste being delivered from this population of Santo Domingo and the surrounding area. Once covered and semi-automated recycling center was operational, revenues from this activity would increase to 25 million, approximately double what was without the installation of the facility. We projected that power sales coming from the operation of the turbines and the landfill gas would represent $60 million in our model. All in all, we projected the EBITDA to be positive by the end of year 1. This slide also indicates an attraction of the project because of diverse revenue streams. For example, if the tipping fees, which are here indicated at 29 million, which came from $20 per ton, were to be $10 per ton, available revenues would be 15 million lower than 125, and the EBITDA would decline from 100 million to 85 million. But there are still many other sources of revenue for the project, and the project, in our view, would be viable. The next slide indicates electricity price assumptions in the model. We assumed, for the purpose of our model, $156 per megawatt hour for the power purchase agreement for all the power generated from the landfill gas, this is this red line, until the end of the PPA. This source, we believe, was worth this value of power sales because that was lower than retail prices at the time. It was lower than commercial prices being paid for power at the time. And it was within the range of prices being paid for by the Central Energy Authority. It also represents a base load source of power as it operates 24/7, 7 days a week, unlike solar or wind, which rely on other natural resources. We did not have a crystal ball for what power prices would be at the end of the power period, and so we assumed that market prices, that the price would decline to $110 per megawatt hour. In retrospect, this was an overly conservative assumption, in my opinion, though the impact of higher electricity prices this far in the future would not materially affect the present value of the cash flows of the project back in 2017. From our PPA, we assumed $142 for the solar installation. That's this orange line, the lighter brown line. This falls within the CDEE guidelines and reflects the intermittency of solar power and as a renewable energy source. As shown by the black line, if you were to use CDEE's maximum solar price of $149 and were to apply an inflation escalation of 1.7%, which was our primary inflation methodology used, then you can see our revenues expected from the power sales would be quite below what would otherwise be generated off the black line graph. Operating expenses of the project ramp up during phase one, reaching $22 million by year 4. Most of this increase comes from the labor and maintenance and consumables involved in the WTE plant. Providing some offset to this rising cost was a decline in the cost of operating the landfill itself, because this was going from a broad spreading of waste and to a much more focused and efficient operation. If you think in terms of net income details, it's worth pointing out that even by the first year of operation, we expected the project to generate a positive net income. In phase one, as a summary, we project that waste disposal would generate revenues from day one. The recycling plant would generate revenues from day one, but at an increased level as the recycling facility came underway. Solar contributes from day one, with landfill gas kicking in year 2, and the waste to energy producing electricity in year 3. The next phase I would like to discuss is phase 2. This is the initial concession phase. The phase in this project would be relatively unexciting or boring, perhaps, but highly profitable. This is the 13 years until the end of Lahoon's concession. Let's discuss waste flows during this period. Deltaway designed the project to have 2,250 tons per day of capacity for incineration from the beginning. Delivered tons would continue to grow at the DR with the growth in the DR economy. And for this growth rate, we used World Bank estimates of 3.7%. With the incinerator running at full capacity, there remains an excess of fresh waste, which would be delivered to the landfill. Of course, in practice, the original facility would be designed with the ability to add in another waste to energy line or two at a later date. We did not make this assumption in our model, though this decision would be attractive and that would extend the life of the landfill and increase revenues further from power sales. This is what a boring but profitable project looks like during a 15-year, 14-year period. Tip fees rise gradually, as do solar power sales and recycling revenues. Sorry. My slide screen has frozen. Okay, there we go. I have it back. Thank you. So tip fees rise slowly. Solar power rise gradually. Recycling revenues also rise gradually, but the landfill gas power production rises more, is steady throughout the period. Phase 2 CapEx is very modest, except at the very beginning where there's some initial landfill closure costs and the PV or photovoltaic install occurs. After that, it's at a very modest level until a liner system is installed back out in 2032, relating to the landfill land extension. In slide 29, we have a depiction of the after-tax cash flow. It's very stable during this phase. It dips slightly in around year 2027 or 28. This is because there's a substantial amount of tax shelter that occurs from the depreciation of all this capital equipment, which is installed in the first few years. And that is we used a 10-year depreciation schedule. So as that depreciation declines, the taxes payable from the facility rise and the free cash flow declines a little bit. Overall, during this period, projects such as this should be expected to generate $1.1 billion in free cash flow. So slide 30 in summary. Revenues rise gradually but consistently. Investors could expect period free cash flow to be excellent. Let's discuss phase 3. We have called this the concession extension phase. It would be perhaps be visited by some drama at the end of phase 2 or at the beginning of phase 3, based on the simple question, would Mr. Lichin be granted an extension of the concession to continue operating his land as a landfill? Deltaway believes the only reasonable assumption is that the ASDN would grant this extension purely out of self-interest. If we look at this from ASDN's point of view, from the beginning, they would have been receiving free tip fees, which cumulatively from project 1 to the end of, to the decision point, would have amounted to the value of about $65 million of subsidy. Secondly, the cumulative value of profit share. Mr. Lichin had committed to provide a percentage of profit share on the plant to the ASDN, and based on our assessment, that value would have been accumulated to 77 million. This, of course, doesn't take into account the fact that the reduced carbon footprint from the capture of landfill gas, which comes from methane, would be a benefit to society and to the city inhabitants, and therefore it would be another consideration why we assumed that the city would extend the landfill concession. I might point out we did not include any economic value from carbon credit sales at the time we did the study. This is because carbon credit sales had declined in value around the time of our project, and we did not want to make an assumption about how this would change in the future. Those who follow this industry will know that actually the value of carbon credits has doubled since, and is projected to grow very nicely from here on out. I apologize for the complexity of this chart, but it contains some very important information for this tribunal. First, the red line indicates that the trajectory in which we estimate the original landfill would fill up in capacity as the waste was delivered to the site. We were told by Mr. Lee Chin that he expected to exercise his option to purchase additional shares, which of course would give greater capacity to the facility. Even with that extension though, the black line indicates the speed at which, the time it would take for the landfill to be fully capacitized. And this was around year 2040, 41 or 42. This is why we make the decision in our model that Duquesa would begin waste mining. This is the process of digging up previously divided waste, which is a form of fuel, is the form of fuel for this plant, and to deliver it to the waste energy RDF for processing into fuel. Another option, not analyzed, but obviously considered at the time we did our work, was whether or not the group, Lejeune, would add additional waste to energy units to extend the landfill life. This would have flattened this green line and caused the life of the plant to extend. We felt there was some uncertainty as to when this would occur and what the cost would be, so we chose to keep the model simple and at 3 units. You look at revenues, the impact of this assumption on revenues was as follows. During phase 1, the revenue profile, during the final phase, I'm sorry, this is the final phase, the extension phase, revenue profiles is as follows. Waste mining has grows but then falls. Well, waste tipping fees fall when we begin waste mining because we can only accept so much waste from outside. Thus, tipping fees decline. Also, the recycling revenues would also decline because of the lesser amount of new trash coming to the facility. The waste to energy power revenues, the power produced by the plant stays constant, but the revenues received for that power has declined because of our assumption that the power will be sold at $110 per megawatt hour, rather than the $156 in the first period of before the PPA runs out. Next slide shows the revenues and the free cash flow during this period. What we have done here is overlaid against the prior chart, this dark blue line, which is the after-tax cash flow. And what it shows is that at the very end of this time period, the project would require a substantial mechanical overhaul. You know, these plants are built to last 30 years or more, but the equipment at that point would need to be such as the turbine, the burners, the grates, and so forth. We estimated this cost to be in the 30 to 40 million. This would be a temporary decline in after-tax free cash flow, and we chose not to value the streams beyond 2049. We estimate the free cash flow during this last period would be in excess of $1 billion. I want to thank the tribunal for listening to my extended explanation of this 32-year project, which we believe would have generated in excess of $2 billion in free cash flow. We discussed many decisions that would have faced Mr. Lee Chin and his investors had the project moved forward. These include waste mining, what to do about a PPA renewal and would it occur, receiving a concession extension and why we believed it would be granted. We also mentioned that there would be potential times through the project to add waste to energy units to add capacity. But while we're thinking about such what ifs, we also think that there's another what if you would consider if you were Mr. Lee Chin and his investors owning such a plant. We believe that it's likely that they would be approached by professional investment bankers such as my former firm at Goldman Sachs, who would look at these financials and probably tell the owners of the facility that such a facility could be sold even at year 5 with to a host of infrastructure funds or green funds or green infrastructure funds for a valuation of 10 to 12 times EBITDA. We estimate EBITDA in year 5 at about $100 million, meaning a valuation of over $1 billion. And now turn the presentation to my colleague.
Okay, we're going to address some of the what we considered major objections of JS Held to our expert reports. The 3 that we're addressing are the belief of JS Held that Deltaway's economic assumptions are too optimistic. Secondly, that the integrated resource recovery project was not financeable. And thirdly, they make a big point of this. Otherwise, I would not have included this, but they talk about the difference between Deltaway's expert report in 2019 and Deltaway's feasibility study in 2015. Next slide. So let's talk about the electricity price assumptions. There are 2 power purchase agreements. One power purchase agreement is for the price of electricity generated by the waste energy facility, and we assumed in the model that it would be $156 per megawatt hour and then held constant without escalation for 20 years. The price, incredibly, is then assumed to be reduced to $110 per megawatt hour and held constant for the remaining 12 years of the project. There is a second PPA, which is for the sale of electricity from the solar panels, and it begins at $133.90 per megawatt hour in the business model, and that is held constant for 30 years. The electricity price assumptions of no escalation are not a subsidy from the public to Lahoon. They are a subsidy from Lahoon to the project. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, as Tom showed earlier in the presentation, this is a graphic visualization of these price assumptions together with the price that is mentioned in the CDEEE report of 2015, that the maximum price for solar is $142.80 per megawatt hour. And the report does not mention an escalation factor, but we assume that it would escalate at 1.7% per annum. That is in contrast to the renewable, the waste energy PPA that starts in 2019, I believe, and that is $156 per megawatt hour and then held constant. The CDEEE price actually crosses it as the waste energy plant comes online, and therefore the flat line assumption in the business model, the gap with the maximum price, in my view, represents a subsidy from Lahoon back to the public. The Deltaway solar assumption is even more conservative in that it starts at a lower price, $133.90 per megawatt hours, and that is held constant for 30 years. Next slide. The second objection on the economic assumptions that I think is relevant for discussion is the tipping fee for final disposal at the facility. JICA estimated that the average cost of final disposal by landfilling in the Caribbean and Latin America was $20.43 per ton in 2018. Deltaway used the waste disposal rate as the waste disposal fee for the waste to energy facility in its model. The location of the project at the Duquesa landfill near the center of waste generation in the Dominican Republic gives it a locational advantage over alternative means of disposal. And normally that would allow you to charge a higher waste disposal fee, not a below market disposal fee. The service provided by the disposal of waste in an enclosed tipping floor at the project, where the trucks come in, they're protected from rain, they're on concrete, they're not on garbage, is superior to disposal at an open unsanitary landfill. And that fact, the improved quality of service also justifies a higher waste disposal fee than the market. Next slide. The Duquesa landfill is located, as pointed out before by several people, is in the greater metropolitan Santo Domingo area. It's close to where the waste is generated. It is an ideal location for a waste energy plant because the garbage trucks are used to picking up their garbage, traveling to Duquesa, dropping off their loads, having lunch, going back, doing it a second time. So having a waste energy plant located where the trucks have the habit of going to is much more advantageous than, for example, if the waste energy plant had been built up in Puerto Plata. And that would require more trucks, and that would require new routes, and that would be very different than locating it where the garbage trucks are used to going. We pointed out here 3 alternative landfills in La Romana, in Puerto Plata, out by Punta Cana. And you can imagine, just looking at the map, that garbage collectors who need to take their waste somewhere would strongly prefer to take it to Duquesa than to any of these other landfills or the hundreds of landfills that exist throughout the island. Next. Okay. This is actually a critical question because it addresses the question of whether the integrated resource recovery project was financeable. And that's critical because there have been charges that what Mr. Lee Chin envisioned was a dream, it was speculative, it could never be financed. The 2015 feasibility study by Deltaway concluded that the construction and long-term operation of the project is feasible. And back one slide, please. And it was financeable under the following condition: long-term power purchase agreement and long-term waste delivery agreements would be required to attract investors and debt providers. Preliminary discussions with the World Bank financing affiliate, the IFC, indicated a high level of interest in providing debt, which, together with equity participation by Mr. Michael Lee Chen, would give great confidence to potential investors. Next slide. JSL argues with that conclusion.
Sorry for interrupting you, Mr. Passage. It's just to announce that there are still 5 minutes for the presentation according to the timetable agreed by the parties.
And I understand, and I am under time pressure, and I will try to be like a chess player, and I'll hit my clock when I finish.
Okay.
Okay, so in the executive summary of the August 21 technical report, JSL states, if there is no contractual obligation to implement such a project, JSL believes that no private entrepreneur would pose at its own cost and risk a facility like the one proposed by Lahoon Corporation. So it seems like one engineering firm says, yes, it is feasible, it's financeable under certain conditions, and the other engineering firm says, if there's no contractual obligation to do it, it will not happen. It sounds like one engineering firm has one view, one engineering has another view, but if you put aside the specifics of the project, JSL is aware that similar projects to the Lahoon Integrated Resource Recovery Facility have been financed and built by private sector companies without such a contractual obligation to do it. Next slide, please. They also make the point that the reports are different. That's because they had different objectives. In 2014-15, Mr. Lee Chin tasked Deltaway to study the feasibility of developing, financing, building, and operating an integrated resource recovery project. 2019, Mr. Lee Chin asked Deltaway to value the project, which he would have implemented, but for the actions of the respondent. Next. So in the JSL report of August 2021, they lay out over a couple of pages what actually the development of an infrastructure project requires. It lists 4 phases. Phase 1, feasibility study. Check that the project is technically and economically viable. Phase 2, conceptual engineering. Analyze different technical solutions and alternatives. You don't stay with the feasibility study over the development of a project for the next 5 years, 10 years, whatever it takes. You analyze different technical solutions. Next slide. An important point that looks so illogical that it looks extremely important, and that is they raise the question of how can the waste to energy capacity be increased by 36% while cost is decreased by 22%. 2 primary reasons. The technology in the waste energy plant changed from mass burn to refuse-derived fuel. Mass burn, trucks unload waste, they burn it as quickly as they can, unprocessed, refuse-derived fuel, you process the waste into a fuel, then you burn it. Secondly, the facility design was changed in order to take advantage of the warmer location in the Dominican Republic. Next slide. This is a picture in the JSL report as a footnote. This is a rendering and it's also an appendix, and it shows a facility of the 3, they have 3 facilities that they cite as examples of what a waste energy plant should look like. This rendering you can see would be very expensive. Next slide. This is a picture of an existing mass burn plant in Southern California. That was actually the first plant that Mr. Scrieve managed for 4 years. You can see that on the right-hand side, there is a building where there's an enclosed tipping floor, which all waste energy facilities must have. But between the tipping floor and the stack on the left-hand side, you can see that it's open air construction. This is easy. This is cheaper to build. It's also easier to maintain. Next slide. They discussed the addition of 3 components that were not in the feasibility study. Next slide. They make the point that the individualized technical description in separate chapters for anaerobic digesters and RDF treatment, and yet the budgets of those 2 are combined. Next slide. Okay, this slide shows the facility as a project. So the anaerobic digesters are number 8 in the middle. Waste comes in, goes to the tipping floor, and goes from the tipping floor to the RDF processing plant, but it also goes to the recycling plant down below. So do you allocate that cost to anaerobic digesters, or do you do it to recycling? You keep them separate. Next point. From the RDF facility, you have some of the waste going to the waste to energy plant, some of the waste going to the digesters, some of the non-processables going down to the landfill. Do you allocate the cost of RDF to one of these? Do you arbitrarily allocate it, or do you keep it separate? And finally, leachate comes from the digesters, leachate comes from the landfill. Do you have the leachate treatment plant separate, or is it allocated arbitrarily to the other 2? The beauty of the integrated resource recovery facility is you have synergies and efficiencies from these components which are close together. JSL analyzes them as the digesters is built as a standalone facility 10 miles away. It needs the processing, it needs the leachate treatment, it needs the landfill gas. And each component is treated independently as compared to being together. Next slide. JSL says they do not consider mining to be a viable technology. Next slide. In the same report, their article in Appendix JS9 described a 5-6 page article about mining, says enhanced mining techniques can dramatically reduce the cost by combining it with resource recovery. The initial cost cannot be deleted, but if the approach is correct, then landfill mining can be as beneficial as gold mines. What's in the JSL appendix contradicts what JS Health concludes in the summary. Next slide. Final slide. Like mining, photovoltaic landfill facilities are novel, almost experimental, and non-existent. That's in the text. The article that they have in JS9 appendix attached to the December 2020 report says, solar panels are an easy, passive way for site owners to generate income. It's a nice, steady, ready stream that's coming back to the community or to the private landfill owners. In a number of cases, what's in the JS Health appendices that they cite as the source of their conclusions contradicts the conclusions that they put in the text. I guess they didn't think that you would actually read the appendices. Thank you. I'm sorry I exceeded my time.
Thank you very much for your effort to be on time. And for 3 minutes, we'll take into account this for claimant. Respondent counsel, I see Mrs. Joldy. ¿Usted necesita tiempo para comenzar a preguntar?
Do you need time before you before you want to start your questioning, or can you start right now? Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think I can go straight to the questions. I take note of the 3 minutes, and I hope that is that you recall that when our experts are going to have to speak so quickly. I will remember. So go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Tulo, Mr. Passage. I'm Dori Yoldi. I'm work at Curtis. I'm counsel for defendant. We were told why Mr. Scribb cannot be here today, and we're sorry. And I have just some questions for both of you today. If you can just try to answer them specifically, my questions are specifically, and then hopefully this will be, easy going. You have Delta Way has presented 2 expert reports in this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
The first one, January 9. Well, the first one is January 9, 2019. And that first one, it was just Mr. Tulo and Mr. Scribb who authored it, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
And the second one is April 13, 2021. And that one was Mr. Tulo, Mr. Scribb, and Mr. Passage. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Tulo, the first report, what sections were you responsible for?
In the first report, I was primarily responsible for drafting the entire report in conjunction with Mr. Scribb. So I would say, really, I was a team member and key author of the entire report.
Okay. So technical aspects and financial aspects?
Well, no, technical aspects of the report were the inputs of Mr. Scribb.
Okay. So you drafted it with his inputs for the technical aspect. Is that what you just?
Yes, because the model, which you have seen, involves builds from many specific technical factors, mass balance, etc. And then we use that to generate the cash flows over the period of the project.
So the technical aspects, for instance, for design, what units, how many units and so forth, that was the input you received and then to put it in the model, correct?
Correct.
And for the second report, did you keep the same division?
Yes, primarily.
Actually, I was asked by Mr. Scribb, because he was aware of his illness, I was asked to draft the rebuttal to the JS Health report of December 2020. And so Tom and I worked on that and constantly communicated with Mr. Scribb in terms of his input and things that he had authored in the 2019 report. But the primary authors of the 2021 report were Tom and myself, with input from Mr. Screeve.
Great. And you said you drafted the second report mostly, and Mr. Tulo drafted mostly the first report. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Passage, you joined Deltaway in 2020. That's correct?
I did.
So for the first report, you were not involved because obviously you were not at the company. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And after you joined Deltaway, you started working on this case from the beginning?
I was, Mr. Screeve, who formerly worked for me, called me after Thanksgiving 2020. I joined the company in December 2020, and in January 2021, he said, here's a report, start working, understand it, prepare a rebuttal.
Very good. And for the feasibility study, you were also not involved for the same reason, right?
Yes, right.
Good. Now, Mr. Tulo, for the feasibility study, I mean, that's C18. For the record, we have it as different exhibits in this case. It has been put different ways, but we have it as C18. That was a feasibility study for an integrated resource recovery facility at Duques. Is that correct?
Yes.
The division of labor we just talked about for the first report, was that also the division of labor for the feasibility study?
Yes, although the feasibility study as attached to our exhibit, I would say was Deltaway was more actively involved in its drafting.
Okay, yes, C118, I'm sorry. I've been told I misspeak for the record. So yeah, it's the same study. So and Mr. Screeve was also the one doing all the technical aspects and the operation schematics and so forth and so on. And
Yes.
you were with the financial feasibility aspects, correct?
Yes.
Good. Are you fluent in Spanish, Mr. Tulo?
No, I'm not. I'm sorry.
Was Mr. Screeve fluent in Spanish?
I don't know.
And what about you, Mr. Passage? Do you speak Spanish?
I did speak Spanish. It was my first language, but I have forgotten my Spanish, and I can read Spanish a little bit, but I have a newspaper, but I cannot speak it well. So I prefer English at this point in my life.
So when there were documents in Spanish, you look at them in English, or you have enough passive knowledge?
I look at them in English because I get confused with the verbs tenses sometimes.
Very good. And Mr. Tulo, you look also at them in English, correct?
Correct.
And just one more question about the same topic. For the 2014 feasibility study, did you also go to the Dominican Republic? Because I know in your report you mentioned specifically Mr. Screeves and some people from Deltaway. Were you there?
Yes, I was in the Dominican Republic.
Very good. Let me ask you, in your first report, that's in paragraph 1, you said that for this case, Hogan Lovells contacted you to participate in this arbitration. Is that correct?
Yes.
Who at Hogan Lovells, just to know? Do you remember?
Yes, it would be Mark.
Okay. And did Mark tell you who your ultimate client would be? Or is that Hogan Lovells your client for this arbitration?
I think we're retained by Hogan Lovells, but at Hogan Lovells' client was the Leachins.
Okay. Michael Leachin.
Michael Leachin, yes.
Okay. Very good. And in your first report, paragraph 3, you said that Mr. Lee Chin contacted Delta Wave for the feasibility study. You can
Yes.
see that? Was that Michael or Adrian Lee Chin?
I believe that was Adrian.
Okay. And did he contacted you or Mr. Scribes or just generally Delta Wave?
Oh, the contact was to Mr. Scrieve, and then Mr. Scrieve contacted me.
Very good.
I can add some information to that if you
Sure.
want. Mr. Adrian Lee Chen told me that he called the IFC and asked them about an engineering company that was knowledgeable about waste to energy, and they told him to contact Francois Scrieve of Delta Way, and so he made the contact to Mr. Scrieve.
Okay. Did he tell you this in 2014, or did he tell you this in 2020 or in 2021?
He told me this in 2022.
Okay, so he recently told you that in 2014. Okay. Very good. I guess Mr. Tulo, could be Mr. Passage. In your webpage, in the Delta Way webpage, you referred to a 1,500 WTE mass burn project in Santo Domingo, in the Dominican Republic. Is this the feasibility study? Is this the Duquesa feasibility study? It says, if you can see, services consulting.
If I can add to that, the reason why it's listed as a project, and as Tom mentioned before, the original feasibility study was not viewed as a consulting report. You give it to the client, you leave and do other things. The intention of Delta Way and Mr. Scrieve and Mr. Tullo was that the feasibility study was the first step of a relationship that would extend over time to ultimately design, build, and operate the facility. So the feasibility study was the beginning of a 4-year relationship mentioned down below.
Okay, so that's your understanding from what Mr. Scrieve told you? Because you were not involved in the feasibility study, correct?
Correct, but I am a member of Delta Way, so I look at their website and I ask him about this, and Tom's answer before confirmed that this was not a consulting report to be done and come back every 5 years to see how it was. This was believed to be the beginning of a long-term relationship resulting in the ultimate building and operation of the facility.
Okay. I'm sorry, for the record, this is QE 81. It's a quadrant economics exhibit. Just I should mention the numbers of the exhibits as I ask you questions about them. But in any way, so it's 1,500 WTE, and that's a bit different than the capacity of the plant that you mentioned in the feasibility study, where you say 1,600,000. So I just want to, it's the same project, right?
It is the same project, yes.
Okay, and it's 1,500 tons per day, right? I have somebody doing things in the screen, but it's when we say 1,500 is tons per day, right?
Yes. Well, the feasibility study is correct, 1,650. The website, which says 1,500, I have no idea where that came from or why.
Very good. And if we go back to that exhibit QE 81, here you list as your client Portland Holdings. That was your client in connection with the feasibility study, with the project?
I don't know.
Mr. Tulo?
Portland Holdings is a company, is Mr. Lee Chin's company. So it's a legal entity, but we were working for Mr. Lee Chin.
But your client was Portland Holdings, right? The one paying your invoices and the one that you list as being your client, even though you said you were working with Mr. Lichin.
Yeah, I can't say who was paying our invoices, honestly, because those invoices were issued from Deltaway.
Okay. But this wouldn't be inaccurate, right? If somebody went to the website and saw Portland Holdings as the client, you would normally think that reflects accurately.
Yeah, I can't comment on the website.
But in general, it's not wrong normally, right?
I would say this. Michael Lee Chen was the client. We didn't put down his name. I don't know who paid the invoices. Putting down Portland Holdings reflects Michael Lee Chen, but rarely do we ever put an individual's name in terms of who the client is.
Yeah, that's because normally, the client will do things through corporate companies, right? Corporate structures.
Right.
In your experience, Mr. Passage or Mr. Tulo, that normally, clients work, especially if they have companies, they would do their investment through the companies in their group. Is that correct? In your
Yes.
experience.
In my experience dealing with companies, companies would do it through a corporation, but I've never dealt with somebody as wealthy as Mr. Lee Chen before.
Very good. Let me ask you, Mr. Passage, have you ever been involved in an arbitration?
Yes.
And how many times before?
A couple of times. I've given depositions in litigation. Most of them never reach trial. They're always settled, but I've been involved in testifying.
And how many times? Do you have a random idea?
A random idea would be
magnitude idea. I'm sorry.
Well, it's random. Between 5 and 10, I would say.
Very good. And Mr. Tulo, what about you?
I have never been involved in a arbitration proceeding with a client or over any project or assignments that I've been involved with.
Very good. So you have never prepared before you did your first report, you had never prepared cash flows for an arbitration before. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Your experience is mostly to value companies in the context of, I don't know how to call it, real life.
Yeah, private sector transactions, initial public offerings, private debt raising, project financing, mergers and acquisitions.
Very good. Thank you. Now I have some questions about the first report and the feasibility study. So I think I'll address most of the questions to you, Mr. Tulo.
Okay.
Am I pronouncing your name right?
Yeah, Tulo is fine. Thank you.
In paragraph 6 of your first report, we'll go on screen. You say your current work. You'll see your current work is informed by 2014 engagement. You can see the highlighted sentence. While the Delta Waste team current work is informed by its 2014 engagement regarding to Duquesa. What do you current work? You mean the work, the cash flows and the model and the report for this arbitration, right? That's what you mean by current work?
Yeah, I think you are looking at our first expert report. That's what you're showing me.
Exactly. In your first expert report, paragraph 6, it's exhibit, well, it's your first report. I think it's sheet
Yes.
128. What do you mean?
Just to be clear, so the page you're showing is our 2019 expert report.
Exactly.
In that, we reference that it's informed by the feasibility study we did in 2014.
Exactly. And what do you mean by informed by the 2014 engagement? By informed?
Well, since Francois and I had worked very closely together on the 2014 feasibility study, that was a launching place to begin the work in 2018. So we had a pre-existing model they did in 2014, and we began from there.
Okay. So in the next part, when you say the conclusions in the expert report have been independently brought to the current state of art. So what you mean is you what did you mean by independently brought?
Sure. In other words, by 2018, several years had passed, and certain technologies were further developed, and Mr. Passage discussed this in his slide presentation a few moments ago. And so we essentially were updating for the market conditions at the time in 2018.
Okay, so updating to the market conditions, that included reviewing the technical elements, correct?
Yes.
So when you sat down to do this report, you thought what would be best for the project in terms of technical elements and other elements, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then you say, I think it's yeah, exactly. You say, unlike the earlier feasibility study, this report is targeted at valuing the investment, which Mr. Lichin would have completed, the project, I'm sorry, which Mr. Lichin would have completed but for the actions of the respondent. So your understanding, and I think you might have said this before, is he would have done the project that you have in the 2019 report. Is that correct?
Yes.
Not the project outlined in the feasibility study. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that is because, as you say in your second report, I'll show you the reference in a minute. The aim of the feasibility study was not that project be developed. Is that correct? Let me show you the sentence. It would be probably easier. Second report, yeah. So the goal of the feasibility study was just to determine if the project was possible that we're pursuing.
That's correct.
And to assess the risks of the project and the rewards before completing it. Is that correct?
Yes, the feasibility study, I should say, Mr. Deltaway designed what they thought was the proper size and scope of a project at that time in 2014. And then we modeled that. And then I opined on the capital raising integrity or ability of such a project.
Very good. And that's what you did for the feasibility study, correct?
That's what we did for the feasibility study, yes.
Very good. And the project, from the technical point of view, and I guess from other point of views, from the feasibility study to your first report, there are significant differences. Is that correct?
There are differences. I don't know. I wouldn't characterize them as significant differences, but they are differences. And Mr. Passage discussed those differences during his slide deck.
Yeah, we will. Okay, thank you. And if you go, for instance, to your second report, page 11, so here you have basically a small summary. We have a strange thing on the screen, but it says basically the additional components do not change the function of the RRF. And then you say the three new components are the PV plant, the anaerobic digesters, and the landfill mining operation. Is that correct? Those are the main differences between the feasibility study project and this report. Is that right?
Those are in JS Hell's conclusion number 146. Those are the three components that they identified as being added to the project.
And that's correct, right? Those three components were added to the project.
Yes, they are correct. They were added.
Hang on. And these three differences that are three technical differences, they of course affect the cash flows, right? They affect revenues, for instance, and costs.
Yes, they do.
And then you say just there below, for instance, in connection with the PV plant, it generates additional revenues from the sale of electricity. That's additional to what was contemplated in the feasibility report. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And then
if
I'm sorry. And then just below, when you say the anaerobic digesters, and then you say also generates additional revenue from the sale of electricity. Additional is also in comparison with the project in the feasibility study. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
So would it be, so these changes, the three technical changes, and their counterpart, which is the modeling cash flow, they were made to increase revenues, to present a project that would have higher revenues. Is that correct?
I would say it like this. In 2019, when Mr. Scrieve and Mr. Tolo examined the project, these are three items that they felt should be added to the project. Those two directly increase the revenues. And the third one allows the waste to energy plant to continue operating for another 7 years. But point of addition was they made sense at that time, 2019.
Okay, so in 2019, Mr. Scrieve and Mr. Tulo thought they made sense. That's what you just said.
That's what I just said, yes.
Very good. And the changes that increase revenues with other changes in cash flows, they ultimately also increase profit. Is that correct?
Yes, they do.
Very good.
Mr. Tullo showed a couple of times graphical portrayals of the different sources of revenues, including the solar panel electricity addition. And also, I think he showed, contribution from the anaerobic digesters.
Exactly, yes. And I was asking because, in this paragraph in your report, which you say additional, so additional revenues is in comparison with the feasibility study. And then you said to increase profit, that's also in comparison with the feasibility study, right? Those words are comparative, additional increase.
Yes.
So okay. So would it be fair to say this project just generally is more profitable than what you would have in the feasibility study?
That's actually fair to say.
Very good. When you did the feasibility study, Lajun didn't have applied for any permits yet, right? I mean, we went earlier to paragraph page 11 of your second report where you talk about feasibility study being a guideline, and maybe my friend can project it in the screen. Yep, exactly. So when you did the feasibility study and was probably normal, but Lajun hadn't the permits yet, or it was a step before all that. Is that correct?
That's right. This was a step before permitting. What Lajun had was they owned the land. They had contracts with the municipalities that were bringing waste in. They had a concession agreement, which gave them a number of years further to operate that plant. And they had a concession inside their concession agreement was language relating to providing the scope for them to build an integrated resource recovery or to generate energy from waste. And that was in their concession. And also in the concession agreement, as I recall, they were obligated to pay some share of profits from a future waste energy plant to the city of Santo Domingo Norte.
Okay, I can see, Mr. Tulo, that you know a lot about the concession agreement. Did you review the concession agreement when you were doing the feasibility study?
We asked for an explanation of the contents of the concession agreement. It is in Spanish. I was trying to locate a good English translation of the concession agreement before my testimony today, but I did not locate it.
And so when you said that you knew about the concession agreement and everything you said before, where did your knowledge come from?
I think it came from reading a translation at the time of the concession agreement. Okay.
And you haven't seen that translation in the record in this case, correct?
I have not seen that translation in the record so far.
Very good.
Can I add something? The most important thing that Mr. Lee Chen had was a site. He had a site where garbage was collected and brought to. And when you're doing a feasibility study, often of waste to energy projects, which are difficult, sometimes you do a waste energy feasibility study for an area, but you don't have a site. That comes later. In the case of Duquesa, the most valuable thing that Mr. Lee Chen had was a site where 1 million tons of garbage is delivered a year.
Very good. I think we lost somebody.
You lost my picture and hopefully I'm back.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Everything moved in my screen and I didn't know what was going on.
I apologize. That was my fault, not IT.
Very good. So that's the things that Lajun had at the time, but there were other things that it didn't have that it would have to obtain, correct? And part of the aim of the feasibility study was to define those. Is that correct, Mr. Tulo?
Yes, the feasibility study did indicate what would be forthcoming once once Lajun would take the project forward. And in that, I think the first major step was to clarify and secure the tipping fee arrangements with the municipalities to be included in the contract.
Very good. I'll go back to that in a second.
Una cuestión para la transcripción en español.
For the transcript in Spanish in some areas, the comments by Mr. Passage are allotted to the president. I just mentioning this for the co-reporter. I apologize for the interruption.
Señor presidente, yo lo estaba siguiendo en inglés, entonces
Don't
no.
worry, I was following this in English, so I did not realize.
I'm sorry, Mr. Tulo. So you would need to get, for instance, in addition to what you mentioned about the tipping fee and contracts, which I'm just going to put on hold for a second, you would need also, for instance, construction permits
Yes,
and permits to connect to the electricity grid.
correct.
And do you know if at the time in 2014, La Jun had inquired whether it was possible to connect to the electricity grid?
I don't know.
And do you know what was the capacity for connection of the grid?
I also do not know.
And do you know what capacity was needed for your project to connect to the grid?
The capacity needed was a capacity to connect to the grid and supply the energy generating from this power plant.
Okay.
Okay. And I should say, Ms. Yoldi, that one of the features, one of the benefits that were taken into account when we did the first damages report in 2019 is that to connect a power plant to the grid, there's certain electrical equipment that is involved in gathering it, conditioning it, and feeding it into the grid. Okay, so that cost is in a way for a plant like this sort of a fixed cost. So once you have that cost, bringing in a solar plant such as we designed essentially leverages or takes advantage of that connection to the grid. You see? And so when we estimated the cost of solar, we were able to benefit from the grid connection that would be needed for the waste to energy plant. And now, of course, we could put the solar power generated through that same connection.
Great, but you actually in 2014 you didn't know whether it was possible to connect to the grid, right?
Can I add something?
Just let him finish a reply and then I'll come back to you.
I think we made the assumption that the power that would be generated from this facility could be connected to the grid. We did not analyze where the power cables were or how much they would have to be increased. That was sort of beyond the scope, but I know from past experience, and I'm sure Mr. Passage would say the same, that if you can generate the revenue and if the authority has an interest in the revenue, they will make sure they have a connection that lets them get the power.
But you need it to be possible, right? To be able to connect to the grid.
Yes,
not...
you need whoever is the authority that's buying the power from you, in their interest and their self-interest, they need to make sure they have a mechanism to receive it from the power producer.
Can I add something?
Yes, go ahead.
Two things. Every power generating facility of any kind generates power at one voltage and they sell it into the grid at a different voltage. So there's a transformer that steps up the voltage going out, steps down the power voltage coming in. There's a connection into the grid. So there has to be a connection to the grid. In the feasibility study in Appendix F, there is a discussion of the connection between the facility and the grid. And it describes two things, the existing situation and the proposal for when the facility comes online, the connection into the grid. So there is a discussion in the feasibility study, an awareness that there has to be an interconnection, which of course, Mr. Screv, as plant manager of various waste energy plants, would understand has to be made. I noticed in reading Mr. Michael Lee Chen's first declaration that his third investment in the Dominican Republic before investing in Lahoon, he invested $45 million in the largest private Dominican company involved in the transmission and distribution of power. In 2011, I think it's Inter Energy Holdings. And that's what their business is. And in 2011, when he made the investment, they connected the first 2 wind farms in the Dominican Republic into the grid.
Very
So
good. Thank you for that, Mr. Passage. If we can just quickly follow on what you just said, and my friend who's behind the screen can go to the feasibility report C118, page 97 of the PDF. That's the Annex F you referred to. This is Annex F, right? Mr. Passage, this is the Annex F you're referring to? You're on mute.
I'm sorry. Now, yes, that's the page that I'm referring to.
Very good. No, I'm going to if I can, because it's not very easy exercise being technical, to try to see what the differences are from the first report and the second report in terms of the plant, just to see if I got it right. I'll ask Mr. Tulo, since he was involved in the feasibility study and the first report. And then, as we did before, if there's something with the second report, I'll ask Mr. Passage again. So, Mr. Tulo, in your first report, that's paragraph 23, it's page 11 of the PDF. You say that in 2015, when you presented the feasibility study to Lahoon, your primary recommendation was to construct a new 33.3 megawatt 2-unit WTE facility. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then in your first report, if you go to page figure 7, page 17 of the PDF, now your primary primary recommendation changed to a 41.5 megawatt plant with 3 units. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in the feasibility study, you had a WT plant capacity, plant that had capacity to incinerate 1,600 and 1,000 tons per day, correct? We saw this earlier in connection with your website. And in your first report at page 16 of the PDF, you now have a plant with a capacity for 2,250 tons per day with 3 units. Is that correct? It's paragraph 31 towards the bottom of the screen, the Duquesa WT plant.
Yes, that's correct.
Why didn't you think of 3 units in 2014?
In 2014, we, and I should say this, Mr. Screed, did think of 2 versus 3. There are different manufacturers of these systems, and he was trying to sort of scale the project at that time to what he thought would be most, most beneficial, most suitable for the site.
So I'm sorry. In 2014, the determination was that even though you consider 3, you thought it was better to go for 2 units. Is that correct?
That's
in
correct.
2014. Very good. And
The
in
question-
24,
Can I say the question of 2 versus 3
I'm
versus 3 versus?
sorry, Mr. Passage, I have to ask you very politely, if I may. You will later have time to make additional comments. I've already been told I'm on time. So thank you. So Mr. Tulo, in 2014, you didn't have an RDF plant, right? RDF, that means refuse derived fuel. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So in 2014, what you had, and we saw it from QE81, your Deltaway webpage, what you had is a mass burn technology, right?
That's correct.
And now in the expert report, you change it to RDF. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it's basically, if I understand correctly, and then if I don't, please briefly explain. It's two different technologies to incinerate. Well,
That's correct. And RDF involves more pre-processing of the fuel. And the sense of going to RDF also, as you saw from our exhibit, comes from the use, also is helped by the use of anaerobic digesters. Because there's a large, if you read the appendices, we had experts who did the waste characterization study, and there's a large amount of organic waste in the DR received at the site. Organic and also basically biodegradable waste, which doesn't burn very well. So the digester was introduced in our first dam, because the digester technology in the interim time had become more adopted, more heavily experienced. And you need the processing facility to separate burnable fuel that's going to the waste and organic matter that's going to the digesters.
Very good. And that's because just in one point, you said that the waste in DR, that's Dominican Republic, is mixed, right? You have everything, there's no separation of.
There's no separation, there is no separation occurring, so the waste anything could come in, and everything did come in.
Very good. And RDF already existed in 2014, is that correct?
I believe it did. I defer that question to Mr. Passage.
Mr. Passage, RDF technology already existed in 2014, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. And Mr. Tulo, do you know why you didn't think of RDF for the feasibility study?
I don't know why. I don't recall having a detailed discussion with Mr. Scrieve about RDF at the time we did the feasibility study.
And for the anaerobic digester, I mean, I had it later, but it's also, you didn't include it in 2014, is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you remember having a detailed discussion with Mr. Scrieve about whether to include anaerobic digesters?
No, I don't remember.
Okay, so would it be fair to say that at the time you thought mass burn technology would be the best thing for the project?
I think that's correct.
And let me ask you, I have a few questions. I hope they won't be too complicated to ask. Let me see if I understand correctly about the RDF. If you go to the first report, figure 5, that's a page, I don't know what page. My friend would have to just search for figure 5 in the first report. Exactly. So let me see if I understand correctly. What you have is you have mixed waste that is received at the tipping floor, and that is, well, you have incoming waste in number 1, and then it goes to the tipping floor at number 2. And then in number 2, recycling waste. The recycling is separated from the waste received, and the remaining waste is pushed forward to number 4, which is the RDF processing unit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And now the RDF processing unit, I think you just explained it. You separate the fines or organics and dirt from larger pieces of waste, and that's what you call the refuse derived fuel.
Yes.
You separate the organics would go to the organics following number 6 in your diagram, and then the larger pieces would go to number 5 through number 5 to WT plant. Is that correct?
Yeah, and there are some non-processable which are also separated, and they need to go directly to the landfill. So, for example, if a refrigerator came in, and if it was not recyclable as a refrigerator, it was not organic, and it's not very good fuel, and it would go to the landfill.
Good. And in the RDF processing plant, you have, and I think you say this in your first report at paragraph 41, that's page 16 of the PDF. There would be five units, right? Five units that separate, and each unit would have a capacity of 40 tons per hour and would run for 70% of the time. Is that correct?
Yeah, these are essentially, these are what are called trommels.
Exactly.
They're large
yes,
cylindrical pieces of equipment. Waste goes in one end. As the trommel turns, the materials move. There are different sizes of holes that allow the materials to fall out, and it sort of separates it from the small to the very big.
Very good. And in their first report, I think JS Health had a comment on the RDF capacity of the plant. Basically, I think what they said is that with those 5 units you just described, you could process about the amount of waste that was coming in 2017, 2018. And I think just to follow, and I think you agreed with them. So if I can ask the question, it's a bit technical. So they said basically you had the RDF capacity with those 5 trommels could process the waste coming in 2017. Is that correct?
I defer to Stephen Passage on this question.
Okay. So maybe we can go to your second report then, Mr. Passage.
And may I also point out that the exhibit you're putting up is in Spanish, and I don't think either Steve or I are very good at.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm thinking how to ask these questions, even though I have them written down, I have to think how to ask them. So if we go to your Deltaway second report, pages 40 and 41 of the PDF. So if you scroll a little, let me see. If you can go a little, show a little bit more of page 40. Yep. And then, I'm sorry, page 41. I get confused with the PDF numbers. And it's actually in between the pages, and that's why my life is so difficult. So it says, JS Health thought that the capacity of the RDF processing plant, well, Deltaway disagreed with JS Health because the capacity of the RDF processing plant was adequate for the amount of waste expected to be received in 2018. So basically, if I understand this correctly, Mr. Passage, the RDF with the 5 trommels was able to process the amount of waste received in 2018. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Very good. And then what JSL said, and then you would have to add more units progressively, and that's why you say you would be increased over time as the amount of waste actually received increases.
I did say that, but as you know from the diagrams and Mr. Tello's presentation, part of the presentation, the capacity of the RDF plant was never increased. So the RDF plant continued in its original size.
Exactly. And what JSL said is because the RDF plant continued in its original size, it would be a bottleneck, right? As the amount of trash came in, if you don't add more trommels, then you have a bottleneck. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say it was a bottleneck. The bottleneck implies that the process slows down. The waste, as you pointed out, the waste comes from the tipping hall into the RDF processing facility and is processed through these trommels, and material sufficient to go to the RDF plant would go to the RDF plant. The organic material would go to the anaerobic digesters, and the excess material would go to the landfill.
Okay, and maybe we can go to JSL first report. That's well, no, I get tied in my question. Yeah, if you go to figure 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 7 in the Spanish is page in page 26. Yeah, exactly. So basically, if I understand what you said, and maybe I'm being tied up, so I ask you to bear with me, Mr. Passage. Basically, with the 5 trommels, you have capacity, and it's the red line there, 1,092,000, right? And that's the capacity that the 5 trommels can process.
I actually don't know that. I think the graph shows something important, but I don't know that the capacity of the trommels is the red line that's shown on this diagram.
Okay, I mean, I'll check these, but for the time being, I can tell you that I can represent to you that the capacity of the 5 trommels.
Okay.
And then the blue lines are the waste received. The waste increases a little bit over time, right?
Yes.
Well, exactly. So if you don't move the red line up, then you have a bottleneck.
Yeah. Of the waste that comes in, the first thing that happens to the waste that is delivered to the facility is that 18% is removed to go to the recycling plant. The amount coming in minus 18% goes over to the RDF processing facility, which is the trommels. So this chart shows that there is more waste coming in than apparently part of the facility can process, but it doesn't show the amount that's diverted for recycling.
No, exactly. This is the amount that is trash received and the trash that can be processed by the trommels. The trommels have a capacity for 1 million. So
I'm guessing, but my guess is that red line represents the amount of waste coming in that either goes to recycling or to the trommels. It's a combination of the two is my guess, but I don't know.
Okay. Okay, then I'll let JSL explain their graph. But I think that's the trouble, but I let them explain it. Would be easier for everybody, I guess.
Ms. Yoldi, I think what I would say is the following. First of all, the trommels they're not the most expensive piece of capital equipment for this facility. So if they needed more trommels, they would be able to invest in them. It would not have a material effect on the cash flows. That's point number one. Point number two is the RDF processing plant it has two purposes. It's sorting to create the fuel to feed the WTE. So if the WTE is getting all the fuel it needs to operate at full capacity, okay, you don't necessarily have to add more trommels. It's just that excess waste goes to the landfill, okay? Now, the trommels are also useful in separating the organics, which are going to the digesters. But
Okay.
again, if you've reached capacity of the WTE plant and the digesters, the excess trash coming in after recycling, as Mr. Passage points out, would have to go to the landfill.
Exactly. So whatever doesn't go to the RDF unit would have to go to the landfill.
Correct. Whatever is not going through the RDF would go to the landfill.
And,
After what goes to the anaerobic digesters.
exactly. And for the RDF to be able to process more trash so that it doesn't go to the landfill, so it goes to the WTE, you would need more units. You would need to, and that's
Yes.
why you say it's not the more expensive thing.
Yes.
So,
Yes,
and
you're
if you
correct.
don't, exactly, and if you don't add those units, then you have more waste going to the landfill and less waste going to the WTE.
Yes, which I believe that the appendix that shows production flows shows increasing amounts going to the landfill. As Mr. Tullo pointed out, when the waste energy plant comes online, there's a dramatic reduction in the amount of waste that goes to the landfill. But over time, as the waste supply increases, the amount going to the landfill also increases.
Exactly.
In fact,
Because
his slide showed dramatic increase in the amount going to the landfill.
exactly, because the only thing that can go to the WTE is what is processed by the RDF plant.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you. Then I just have two small points. It just so in the feasibility study, you didn't have waste mining, did you, Mr.
No, we
Tullo?
did not.
That is something that you thought for the first report. Is that correct?
That's correct.
With Mr. Scribb, did you discuss waste mining in 2014?
No.
Very good. Why didn't you think of waste mining? You said before that it would increase the life of the landfill. Why didn't you think of it before?
I don't know why we didn't think of it at the time, or I don't recall discussing it. Again, Ms. Yoldi, you have to understand that waste mining is a useful topic to discuss, and that's why we discuss it in this report and with the commission, but it doesn't really happen until 2041 or 47. It's really far away in the future.
Exactly.
Now, if you're in the finance world, okay, and you're financing a project like this, you're not really thinking about what happens 25 or 30 years down the road, because it doesn't materially affect what happens today or in what you finance today. But we tried to put our hats on when we did the report in 2019, what we would do, what we would prepare, and what we would recommend to Mr. Lee Chin at that point to build. And that included anaerobic digesters, and it included in the future mining.
May I
And
add something to that?
just let me see if I understood. So in 2019, that's what you recommended to Mr. Lichin, but in 2014, you didn't recommend the waste mining and the anaerobic digesters and the PV plant. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I think in 2014, we didn't discuss anaerobic digesters. We didn't discuss, by my recollection, using RDF, as it was really a mass burn. And we also discussed but didn't include the solar features.
May I add something?
Just give me 1 second. I'm sure we'll be back. But the waste mining, you said before that it was to increase the life of the landfill. If we can go to the feasibility report C118, page 6 of the PDF. Basically, the problem you had in 2014 and that you still had in 2014 is that the landfill, you can see it at table 3, the landfill is coming to the end of its life, right? So in 2025, if nothing was done, the landfill would come to the end of its life. With compaction, but no IRF, it would be 2032. And then with the IRF, it would be 2038. So you had the problem of the life of the feasibility of the landfill already in the feasibility study, and now in the 2019 report, you add mining as a practice to extend life, because basically this is your problem, the life of the landfill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Very good. Thank you.
Can I add something about landfill mining?
Just one question. Give me 1 second. So when the landfill reaches the end of its life, basically you close it.
That's correct.
Very good. And I'm sorry, Mr. Passage, I'm being told that I have to ask a break now. So I will have to ask the president for a 5-minute break. But I remember you. Señor Presidente.
And I remember you.
Thank you.
Señora Joldi, ¿usted sabe cuánto tiempo le...
Mrs. Joldi, do you know how much time do you have left in this examination? With Delta Way, an approximation of the time you have left. I would think I have to discuss with my colleagues to give you an answer, because probably we will be able to regroup and cut some questions. I have a considerable amount of questions, but maybe when I discuss with my colleagues, we will be able to accelerate a bit. Very well. Then after the 5-minute break, I expect an answer on that issue. Correct. Thank you very much.
¿Abro la sala, señor presidente?
No, no es necesario.
Should I open the breakout rooms, Mr. President? No, it isn't necessary.
Señora Joldi, ¿me cuenta?
Le cuento. Gracias, señor presidente.
Mrs. Holdy, can you tell me? Yes, I would say an hour and 15 minutes. And let's hope, and our guideline or the expectation would be to reduce this time to 1 hour. But I think an hour and a quarter, approximately. So apart from that, the time you already have allotted up to now, an hour and 10 minutes, exactly, that would be another hour and 50 minutes. So I tried to do it in less time. Well, then let's go into a break of about 10 minutes. I don't know if that is advisable. it would be also 10 minutes more so that the experts can rest a bit. Okay, let's extend this recess another 10 minutes, because if you have a lot more left, we should break here. So please take us, Alonso, to the different breakout rooms.
Would it be possible, would it be possible to extend that to 15 minutes? Just to give us time to catch a bite to eat here?
Oh, okay, yeah, 15 minutes is okay, it's fine. 15 minutes, Alonso.
Correcto.
Señor presidente, creo que estaba en mute.
You have the floor again.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tulo, Mr. Passage. I'm going to move on to a different topic. I think at the beginning today you said that you went to Duquesa in 2014. You remember saying that, Mr. Tulo?
Yes.
Very good. And in your first report, paragraph 11, that's page 4 of the PDF. So you say Mr. Scrieve visited the existing landfill and found it to be lacking in historical capital investment. So that's an understatement, right, Mr. Tulo? The existing landfill hadn't received the minimum investment to operate as a sanitary landfill, correct? When you visited in 2014.
Yeah, so I didn't tour the landfill area. Mr. Scrieve did. The pictures we have in the report were photos that he took on his visit. And what I would say is this: it looked like a garbage dump. Okay, and garbage dumps have capital equipment like bulldozers and lots of yellow iron machinery that's used to move garbage around and so forth. But as you can tell from the pictures, most landfills like this, I would say, do not look like they have much capital investment. There had been the beginnings of a landfill gas collection system, which at some point had become non-operational. So part of the project that we envisioned was investing either in new pipelines or to refurbish and repair the pipelines that were there.
Exactly. And I'm sorry I interrupted you, but well, you had finished, right?
Yes.
If you can go to page 9 of the PDF, I think this is still your first report. And this is the pictures you describe, you were just talking about, right? With the situation you, Mr. Scrieve found when he went to Duquesa, right? That was
Correct.
in 2014.
Yes.
And you said that some attempts have been made to put some features regarding a landfill. A landfill has specific features, right, that Duquesa in 2014 did not have. Is that right?
What I think we call an uncontrolled landfill, I don't necessarily know that they have other features. There are lined landfills.
Exactly.
Okay?
Exactly. Yes, that's probably the terminology that I'm making it a little difficult. A dump or an open air landfill is what you put here, and the sanitary landfill is a different thing. Is that correct? So,
sanitary landfill is a different thing.
Exactly. That's and it was a dump, not a sanitary landfill.
That's correct.
That's correct. And the sanitary landfill, what distinguishes it is, for instance, they have leachate liner or
yes, a leachate liner that's at the bottom to collect the rainwater that goes into the trash, leaks through, and then you want to collect it and divert it to a leachate treatment plant. That's one aspect.
And then you need, for instance, a storm control system to prevent contaminants from leaking into the groundwater.
I believe that's also part of a sanitary landfill.
And you would need a functioning landfill gas collection system.
I don't know that you need a functioning landfill gas collection system to be considered a sanitary landfill. I'll ask Steve if he knows, if he.
Okay, and let me, just one more question. And you need to cover the waste, right?
Yes, and when sections of the landfill are completed, then you cover those typically with like a clay layer of dirt that's relatively impermeable, so that rainwater that lands on the completed part of the landfill is diverted away from the underlying waste to other drainage systems.
Very good. And those three things you mentioned that are essential elements of a sanitary landfill, Duquesa didn't have them in 2014. Is that correct?
It was not lined. Okay. I don't think it had a storm drainage system, and I don't know if any parts of the landfill had been capped, because if they were completed and been capped, I have no knowledge.
And as part of your engagement in 2014, were you asked what was required? Were you asked these questions? What is required for Lajun to turn Duquesa into a sanitary landfill? Did your client ask you that question?
I think they did ask that question, and that was, I think actually, well, in a sense, contemplated by the project was that the new areas of the landfill would be sanitary landfill, because they would be lined, they would be capped, they would have landfill gas collection, and so on. But the old part of the landfill would be improved, but would not be, let's say, lined, because of the trash had been dumped there for years.
Exactly. So when you say the original and the new, the original is the 87.5 hectare existing landfill, and the new that would be in the 37.5 hectare that they had an option to purchase, right? That's the distinction between the existing and the new.
Yeah, and what I would say about the existing is that not all of the land on the existing 87 acres was already being used as a landfill, okay? Portions were being, and portions were still raw land. So the expectation was any new portions of land, either old land or the new land addition, that were started to be used as a landfill would be lined, and so on.
Okay. So okay. And you said that it wasn't, I think you just said it, that it wasn't possible to turn the existing used portions of the landfill into sanitary because basically it had not been lined. I am not my.
They did not have a bottom liner. They could be improved because as they're covered, they could have watershed. They would be improved because they would have landfill gas collection. They'd be improved because the portions that were completed would be capped, but they would not be lined underneath.
And so it would not be sanitary landfill, because that if I may, that ship had sailed. You had to do that.
Yeah, I'm not an expert at classifying these things, but I think that's why we never positioned this as being able to transform the entire dump into a 100% sanitary landfill, because it would be very expensive to basically dig down, excavate, remove all that trash, and then line it.
Very good. And did you tell your client in 2014 that irrespective of the IRF of the whole facility you were going to design, that it was really not a very good idea, that it was really unsanitary to continue operating as an open air dump?
We did not, we were not there to criticize or evaluate the, that wasn't our role,
No, but
so-
just to advise, no, that it was not operating, that it was not very, not operating in a very healthy way to continue as an open air dump.
Well, I would say that it was operating pretty much like all the rest of the open air dumps, of which there were several hundred in the Dominican Republic.
Exactly.
Okay.
And the big difference between Duquesa and other waste dumping in Dominican Republic is this was receiving 3,350 tons of waste per day, right? So it was it's a very large.
It was busy. Yes, it was very busy.
Exactly. And when you have such a large open air dump without covering of the waste and without catching the leachate and without what was the other thing you said that was very important? Well, yeah, it was without storm control and all that stuff. Basically, the open air dump is polluting, right? That's a sanitary landfill. The difference with an open air is that those three things you mentioned, the leachate liner and catching the storm water and the covering of the waste, that's so that it and the improvements you mentioned is to stop the dump, the waste from polluting the air and the water. Is that correct?
Yes.
It definitely would improve the,
Yes.
you would reduce the pollution and the adverse effects of what is otherwise an open air dump.
Exactly, because you said because of the magnitude of Duquesa from 2014, if it's receiving 3,350 tons of waste per day, and it's operating as an open dump, basically, and I think you said in your second report, it's polluting a lot every day. Is that correct? I mean, I know a lot is probably, not a term of
Not
the
a
art.
technical term, right?
But with that caveat, is my statement correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And did you tell this to your client in 2014?
I don't recall whether we were talking about, we were speaking to him about the project that he wanted to build there, okay?
Yes,
so,
yes.
Which would have all these benefits. So by inference, if you didn't build the project, you wouldn't get those environmental benefits, okay?
Exactly.
But we did not go there to criticize the existing state of operation, but to, as we were asked, evaluate the feasibility of building the IRRF facility that Mr. Lichin wanted to build.
Exactly, but you couldn't, I mean, fail to notice the state of the dump when you went. Did you go there?
I went to the operation facility. Mr. Screeve actually visited the dump on a prior trip, not on the trip when we presented our results.
Okay.
So he had, firsthand knowledge. They had done a waste characterization study using SCS engineering firm, which went for a few months because they actually literally, it doesn't sound like a very fun job. I'm glad I'm not, I'm glad I do what I do and not doing waste characterization studies, but they have to, essentially decide what are all the makeups of the dump coming in, the trash coming in. So there had been, a very careful evaluation of the incoming flow, its makeup, and so on. But I'm not an expert. I couldn't walk. I would probably think almost any dump is unsanitary, but that would not be a technical evaluation.
Yes, I'm asking you because you went to Dominican Republic and you went involved in the 2014. I know that it is Mr. Passage who is a technical expert. You're more the financial expert. And if I'm asking you, it's just because you were in that trip, not
Right.
for another reason. Okay, so you're talking about SGS before, and they did a study about waste characterization. So there was as you said, the open air and the situation of Duquesa and what Mr. Passage said, the pollution cause, that was something that SGS noticed, right, at the time.
I believe so. I think they, in their first report, they described what they saw when they investigated the area and when they did their work and the waste characterization study.
Exactly. And I know you said you didn't go with an aim at criticizing, and I'm not implying you had to criticize, but it was evident that the situation of Duquesa, if it continued the way it was not very good for health, right?
Mr. President, we've had basically a financial individual testifying, asking questions about the environment, and it's been the same point over and over and over at this point. And he actually mentioned he didn't actually even go into Duquesa. It's calling for pure speculation and really outside the scope of the reports, for that matter.
I'm sorry, Mr. President. He went there. I can't talk with Mr. Scribb, and I know everybody would like life to be different, but that's the only reason I'm asking Mr. Tullo, is because he has contemporary knowledge of these things.
I see the point of claimant, but I think that the questions so far are fair, and the only thing I can say at this point is, please, Ms. Scholli, try to focus in the expert competences. But so far, I think the questions are related with the very core of the expert reports. So go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Tullo. And now I'll get Mr. Passage involved. And precisely because Duquesa couldn't continue operating like that, you include in your model for either the 2014 or the 2019 line items for these improvements, right? You include costs, because in a model that's how you would see the improvement. You have line items with costs and timeframes, and that's why in your model you have costs for covering the waste and costs for leachate collection, and you have I think you call it a leachate pond, and that's basically as a model way to address the problem of the pollution, correct, of the open air dump, of the existing dump, correct?
Correct.
And in your first report and then in your second report, you estimate the cash flows, right? You said in your presentation that was one of your main, or the way your task is reflected is in this arbitration is you project cash flows, correct?
Yes.
And then Mr. Kaczmarek, who is at IAV, took those cash flows and put them in a DCF model and obtain the net present value of the project. You had free cash flows, and Kaczmarek gave us NPV, correct?
Correct.
Have you done valuations before, like the complete valuation coming up to an NPV?
Yes.
Why didn't you did the whole, you had done the cash flows, why didn't you go all the way to the NPV?
We of course could put a formula into our cash flows and do an NPV, but Mr. Kaczmarek, his role was to consider the value of the entire project, the land, the facility before the expropriation. In other words, his scope in time was broader. Ours was limited to the IRF project itself, and so we would have been doing a DCF on only a piece of the asset. Obviously, a very significant piece. Secondly, we did discuss with Mr. Kaczmarek his opinion about discount rate to use for the project, and we were in agreement with his methodology for selecting a discount rate. So if anything, you know, in my own opinion, I think his discount rate was high. Okay, it was about 9%. But remember, if you understand finance or DCFs, they draw from a standard capital structure. Okay, like similar companies. And in his analysis, he put in that the similar companies are 90% equity, 10% debt. Okay, so that's how he determined his discount rate. I would probably look at a project like this with almost the opposite, like 75% debt, 25% equity. Okay, so I think in the real world of investment banking that I live in, somebody who is trying to do this project, they would put 80% debt on it because it has such stable cash flows that you don't really need that much equity. Okay, there's plenty of sources, and debt capital is much cheaper than equity capital when you're doing a project. So we didn't want to have another approach to DCF. Mr. Kaczmarek has lots of experience. He is a professional in this field, and we reviewed and agreed with his DCF. But yes, as an investment banker and a merger and acquisition investment banker, I've done plenty of DCFs.
Yes, and you would have done it differently if you had done this to present to how you call it to find financing, right? There's a term of art.
Yeah, to find financing, we would have done a model. Okay, we would have shown that model to the potential financing providers, and I can assure you that model would have not said we're financing it with 90% equity and 10% debt, or at least I would have advised Mr. Lee Chin his decision as owner of the project, but I would have advised him as a financial person to put an appropriate amount of equity in the project, but to use the World Bank and other sources of debt finance to finance a big chunk of the capital expenditure.
Yeah. And at the time in 2014, that was a little bit the idea, and to get private equity, would that also be something you would consider advising?
Yes, we considered private equity. Mr. Lee Chin was essentially already sort of like a private equity investor, right? He was his capital. But we also looked at if he wanted to, he was ready to put in the rest of the equity, but if he wanted to get new private equity in, we looked at that in our work. The principal reason being that he already owned the plant, he already owned the land, He already had the concession. So in a sense, anybody coming into the equity at that point should pay more, okay, higher valuation to reflect the benefit or the value already created by Mr. Lee Chin and Lejeune Corporation.
Yes, because of the land and the concession, right? And
The land and the concession, right?
And if you had somebody
and the initiative and the planning. I mean, he, for example, he was already engaging with A2Z and with Delta Way and so forth. So that's all when you do all that, you're adding to the value of the asset, and somebody coming in who hasn't taken all that risk and made that is going to be expected to pay a higher valuation.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. I think I'm following you. And if you had gone a bit further in the project, because here in 2014 you had the feasibility, but if you had gone further and the plant had actually been built, then an private equity investor, like you're mentioning, would pay even a higher price, because it's of course not the same thing to come into a project that is already operating and functioning and producing electricity, that to come at an earlier stage. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. In other words, I think I commented in my slide presentation, when the project was completely built and running, we estimate 100 million of EBITDA, earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation. That type of facility would be worth, in my professional opinion, 10 to 12 times, maybe more, EBITDA.
Okay, and that's one that is already completely built and running.
Completely built and running.
Very good. Yeah. Because obviously, as you go forward, risk diminishes and you have more certainty about your income streams and other revenue sources, right?
Yes.
Very good. And in this case, I think you mentioned it earlier, with the feasibility study in 2014, you were at a very early stage, just basically trying to see, well, is this something we're doing? And let me take you to a slightly different topic, but maybe not so much. If you go to your report, Delta Way 1, paragraph 6, and it's page 3 of the PDF, you say that Mr. Let me see if I can find it. At the last line of paragraph 6, you say Mr. Lee Chin investment opportunity to construct the WT facility was extinguished. Do you see that?
Yes.
In your line of business, do you sometimes value opportunities, investment opportunities?
Yes.
And do you sometimes value options? Is it?
You sometimes value options. I would say options.
In your line of business, I mean, you've done that, correct?
Yeah, I'm not an options trader. Okay, there's a whole science of derivatives and options and volatility and so forth. I would not claim expertise in that area. I understand it, but I'm not an expert in option valuation.
Exactly. And valuing an opportunity, maybe I use the term option, and that's not what you have when you say opportunity. But when you value an opportunity, that is a different thing than valuing a project, right?
I think that I don't see the valuing an opportunity in the context of our assignment as very different than valuing the project. Okay?
No, but okay, in the context of your assignment, you think it's the same thing?
We were asked to create a cash flows for the project as we would design it in 2018, okay, or 2017, 2018, and to show what the cash flows of that project would be expected over the life of the project.
Okay.
And then Mr. Kaczmarek did a DCF of those cash flows.
And if you were trying to let me see how to put it, to raise capital for well, I think you already said this, so I'm just repeating myself. But if you were to put forward this project to raise capital, that there was an opportunity to construct a WTE facility that would be different from having a WTE facility in terms of valuation, correct?
Okay. A completed WTE facility would have one valuation, okay? And
Yes.
I proposed that completed, if it was 100 million of EBITDA, it would be worth $1 billion to $1.4 billion, okay? Now, at the stage we're talking 2018, the project is not built, okay? But you need to raise, the assumption is if we were financing the project at that point, there's a certain amount of cash flow required to build the plant that we described in our presentation this morning, 240 million. There's operating costs, etc. You would put that model together and you would go out and raise the capital to construct that facility. And you don't have to raise $1 billion of capital to construct the facility. You need to raise essentially about, well, if Mr. Lee Chin puts in 100 million, you have to raise 150. But the capital that is raised at the point of 2018 is much smaller than the value the project would achieve 4 years later when it is fully operational.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. And to model cash flows, you make certain assumptions, right? In 2018.
Yes.
And you were saying that the project would be, well, that would be built in 2018. That was the assumption, right?
The assumption was yes.
And for the project to be built in 2018, would you have needed like some time to, you know, these new items that we discussed earlier that were not in the feasibility report? You know what? Let me try to get my thoughts together, because we've been going back and forth in my questions. I apologize. Okay. For so in your first report, and I think you said it, first report paragraph 11, and I think that's pages, I have it as pages 4 and 5 of the PDF. You say the Delta Way team observed that the project would generate excellent returns on capital to be invested. It's top of page 5 of the PDF.
Yes.
And so should not have difficulty attracting third-party capital.
That's correct.
Yeah. And here you're referring to the feasibility study. Is that correct? That's where.
Yes, that's referring to the feasibility study, the February 2014 study.
Okay. And in the feasibility study, the conclusion on the profitability of the project, that was conditional. Is that correct? It was subject to a number of things?
Yes.
and having long-term PPAs at high prices that, well, at a long-term PPAs, that was one of the conditions, right?
Yes, we felt that having a long-term PPA, by the way, this is true of all projects like this, not just Duquesa, right? A long-term PPA is a typical requirement. Investors want to see that there's a long-term power purchase agreement for the offtake of power generated.
Exactly, and that's yep, and that's because it's the PPA that is basically your income producing asset, correct?
It's one of the yes, it's a material one because it's from the waste to energy. It covers the landfill gas and its generation of electricity, and a different PPA would cover the solar power generated.
Yep, and you said that investors want to see that there is a long-term power purchase agreement, and that's because before having it, it's too risky, right? The project is it's too up
It's
in
not,
the air still.
It gives the lenders, okay, the assurance of the size of that cash flow stream, okay? That's why it's important going out to you know, when you raise capital, you want to raise capital for projects on the cheapest way, okay? It's simple, like anything you buy, you want to buy at the best price. And the way you buy at the best price in terms of capital is you have eliminated concerns that the investors might have. So the PPA was an important part of giving the investors, debt investors, and so forth, comfort with the project.
Exactly, because without the PPA, in your opinion, they wouldn't have no investor would have confidence in you know.
Without the PPA, they would have less confidence because you would essentially be saying, and I've seen projects like this. Someone wants to build a gas-fired power plant, and they say, we're just going to build a new plant and we're going to sell power at market price. Okay, so then people have to say, well, what is market price for electricity? You know, it changes every minute, every hour. So that's a risk. Investors, they can evaluate that risk and say, okay, well, based on history, it's going to be between X and Y. But it's much better if you say, no, we know who wants the power, and so on. And Ms. Yoldi, I think you also need to understand that the purchasers of power have the same risk attitude, right? It's hard to run a utility if every day you have to buy the power you need for your customers at whatever the market price is. The natural disaster, disruptions, hurricanes, etc. So you want to know you can get the power at a stable price to meet your customer needs. So exactly. The risk is both ways. The financing people want a long-term commitment from the power authority, and power authorities want long-term commitments of supply of electricity so they can sell it to their customers. Okay.
Exactly.
It's not, I just don't want you to think it's an unusual thing for a power purchase agreement to exist.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all. Yeah, I'm just trying to see yeah, it's very uncertain, the cash flows and everything with the PPA. I think that's what I get from what you explained. Is that a fair summary?
It's not that it's very uncertain. It's electricity has value no matter where, you know, whether you have a PPA or just market, but it's more volatile. Okay. Like I say, in some parts of California, it varies tremendously hourly throughout the day. So these types of projects, which require a lot of capital, are usually based on long-term off-take contracts.
Yep. Just one last question about this topic. No, it's about a different topic. And let me ask if I may. I think you have slide 18 of your presentation. If we can put that on the screen,
Yes.
my friends in Paris.
Yeah, let me do a screen share. I think I have that ability.
Don't worry. I think
Oh,
they
you-
gave us your presentation, so we should be able to do it.
Slide 18.
Yep.
All right, I'll let you put the slide up for everybody's benefit, but I have the slide in front of me as well.
Okay.
I think we're having problems in doing that. Or here it comes. Do we have it on run? Otherwise, we will accept your offer, Mr. Oh, okay. Thank you.
No, slide 18. This is 19. Here. So here, the additional revenues from IRRF, LFG, WTE. This is what we just discussed about, price of electricity. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Exactly. And then you have two arrows that go to pre-existing revenues, and it goes to the bottom and then to the top of your chart.
Yes,
So just to clarify, pre-existing revenues, you mean pre-existing in terms of the concept, right? Because for instance, the tipping fees you have there that I see go to 20 million, that is with your tipping fee, right? With the 20.43.
that's correct. Yes.
So when you mean it's pre-existing revenues, it's just the concept, but then how wide that line would be, that depends on what the tipping fee actually is, correct?
That's correct. And for example, in this case, we assumed the tipping fees were $20, but they were also stable for the entire life of the project. Okay. And
Yes,
sometimes
stable with inflation, right? Stable, but with inflation.
These tipping fees, I think, are I don't think we have inflation built in.
We do 1.7%.
Oh, thank you, Steve. Yes, we have a 1.7% inflation built into the tipping fee.
Exactly. And recycling revenues, you also have it as pre-existing because as a concept, but that depends on the price at which you sell the recycling waste, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And that you're using a price that comes from SGS, study they did in 2014?
SCS.
SCS,
They did
yes.
a study, and SCS did a study in 2014. And then in 2018, we asked STS to update their study based on the moving changes and the value of the different materials, cardboard, aluminum, can. This is in our report. So this model, this project is valued based on the 2018 SCS's update on recycled material prices.
Okay. And that's the one, if you may remember, that's the one that has $129 as a price?
Correct.
Exactly. And that's a price in the southeast of the United States, is that correct?
That's correct.
Very good. And then you have a last line, solar power sales, and that's also as a pre-existing revenue. And that may be because of how you draw it, because solar power sales, that was not a pre-existing revenue, is that correct?
That's correct. There was no solar power generation on the site. Of course, there was sunshine.
Exactly,
but it was with our plan. would be the installation of the solar power gathering system.
And you didn't have it, it wasn't contemplated in the feasibility study, correct?
Correct. It was not included. We did discuss it, but we didn't include it at the time of the feasibility.
You decided it was probably not a good idea to include it at that time?
It's not that it wasn't a good idea. I don't think we felt as confident because I think we felt it was an additional nice to have, but it wouldn't really drive the project. In other words, you wouldn't build this spend 250 million to get this solar power. But if you're spending the 250 and you own this much acreage in a sunny place like the Dominican Republic, and you have to cap it, and you're going to build these large floor, sortation, recycling centers, tipping floors, which are big buildings with big flat roofs, then you, in other words, it's a natural to add the solar to that. Plus, solar costs were continuing to decline from 2014 to 2018. In that time period, solar panels and all the solar costs of installation were still declining. So it made more sense in 2018 to really do the solar.
Okay. And let me change topics now. In your presentation and in your first, you talk about CapEx, and in your first report, and that's paragraph 13 at page 5 of the PDF. You talk about EPC. We'll get there, I think. Let me see. Maybe, well, maybe you remember, but
I don't see it in the first report. Is it the second report you're referencing?
I have C128, page, paragraph 13, page 5, EPC companies from China and India bringing CapEx levels down. And I think it will be on the screen. Exactly.
Construction.
Yes.
Found it. Yep.
Okay. And you don't identify which Indian and Chinese EPC companies, correct?
Not in the report. Mr. Scrieve, running Deltaway, he had a very broad base of international contacts with these companies. So he knows the names. Perhaps Steve knows the names of the companies that were really working hard, as I recall, working hard to get into the EPC business in waste management, in waste to energy construction. Okay.
But Mr. Scrieve didn't put that information in the record, right? So we don't know which companies he was.
I know that
considering.
I think in the feasibility study, because I was rereading it this morning, he mentions CNIM. He mentions a few other entities as part of. He was taking some soundings for the cost of the feasibility project. I had worked with Mr. Scrieve actually with CNIM, which is a French-based company that constructs these projects all over the world, but they're based out of France. So I had visited, for example, CNIM has did a very large waste to energy project in the United Kingdom, and I visited and toured that facility in the United Kingdom that CNIM had built there. So I was familiar with these facilities, having toured them. But Mr. Scrieve was more familiar with the Indian and the Chinese EPC companies that wanted to get more exposure outside of their home market, outside of India, outside of China.
Exactly. But that that information and the quotes and the specifics from those companies, that's not in the record in this arbitration, right? Not for the
Correct.
tribunal to see or for us to see.
Yes, I don't think it's in the record.
And do you know that did counsel tell you that during the document production phase of this arbitration, we asked that all the quotes provided by EPC companies be it's not necessary to, well, we can see it, but that all the EPC quotes be provided in this case? Are you aware of that request?
I'm not aware of that request, but I will say this, and then Steve will understand. To get a detailed quote, like a really detailed quote from an EPC company to construct a $250 million facility, right? I think they would expect quite detailed plans for.
And you didn't have those.
And we didn't have those. The creation of detailed plans is something that would have come in the next stage, assuming that Mr. Lichin still had control of the facility and the cooperation of the authorities, but those plans would have been used to get firm quotes from EPC companies.
So, okay, because in the document production phase, claimant confirmed that there were no documents to provide, no quotes or no documents, no support from costs from EPC companies.
I agree.
So when you say in your first report that CapEx levels were going down, we don't have in the record the CapEx levels at the time or the CapEx levels in 2018 or anything to see if they were going down or by how much, right? We just have that statement.
We don't, yes.
And in your feasibility study, you say that the total construction cost of the facility, of the WTE, would be 200 million with a total IRRF cost of 243 million. But we don't have support for those costs either, right?
Not in the record, no.
And in this case, you say, and it's in your first report, page 16 of the PDF, paragraph 31, that the CapEx would be lower at 155 million for the WTE plant. That's the one that's comparable to the 200 million. And we don't have support for that statement either, correct?
I think that, I don't know if Steve wants to, I think Steve spent some time, Mr. Passage, spent some time explaining the change in design. So it's not completely apples to apples, as we say. You know, the feasibility study, slightly smaller capacity, no digesters, the burners, the boilers and mass burn are different than the kind you would use in this facility. So I think those are all the reasons there's a difference in the capital equipment cost.
Exactly, but we don't have any support of any evidence supporting any of those costs, correct? In this arbitration, we don't.
No, I mean, I think I think back then, Mr. Lichin would be relying on the expertise of Delta Way, knowing and being involved in these plants all the time. And by the same token, when Mr. Screeve and I did the first assessment, Mr. Screeve, his organization, he has engineers all over the world, and they are managing these plants and designing them. So they have pretty, I trusted as his partner, that they have pretty good judgment as to what this type of equipment costs.
Okay, and here at this stage, because you know we're at the early stage, we're basically ballpark estimates of what it would cost because we have no evidence to support them. Just, you know, what you said, trust your partner, good judgment of the cost. So it's kind of a ballpark general estimate, correct?
I think Ms. Yoldi, it's actually quite more detailed than a ballpark estimate, because first of all, Mr. Screeve was an engineer and he's got a firm of engineers. Engineers don't like to ballpark many things. So they would know, they have a cost for a digester, they have costs for the for all the machinery, the yellow iron, that, you know, I mean, that's not ballpark. That's pretty detailed. There are many companies, there are several companies in the world that make these grates, these incineration equipment, and the incineration equipment costs so much given its speed and capacity and ratings and so forth, and they deal with that all the time. So this is not a ballpark. This is not like, oh, we think it's so many tons, we multiply that by a number. It was built up through a very granular model, all of the items, to get to these cost estimates. But they were not based on, just to be clear, they were not based on going out to bid every single piece of machinery and get 5 quotes for a digester and 3 quotes for a boiler and, you know, 2 quotes. I mean, that's not the way it was done. But it was very detailed.
But none of that detailed information and that detailed backup, even if not, none of that is in the record in this case.
I mean, I think that we also supplied a spreadsheet. Okay.
Yes, but just to be clear, to distinguish things, the support, the evidence that support the basis for those numbers, and that you said he had, Mr. Screeve worked with a lot of people. The information those people looked at, none of that is in the record in this case, correct? Just yes or no? I mean.
Correct. The projector was dead. The project was over. No one was going to spend $100,000 and then ask a company to spend $200,000 to respond.
Exactly. So there's no, okay, thank you. And in your presentation, and you talked about the model. Do you remember that in the document production phase of this case, we asked for the live version of your model? Are you aware of that?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And do you know that Quadrant Economics, which is the expert in this case, realized that the live version didn't match the non-live version of your model? Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware that, okay. But you are aware that it has differences, right? The live version and the version that you submit, that you present in as an attachment in this case, you're aware that the live version is different. It's not a reproduction of the other version. I'm not aware that there were any. I'll say this: that I'm not aware of any material differences. Just so you understand, the model we were asked to give a live version. Eventually, we gave an Excel working version of our model. However, we did this so that somebody could go in and check formulas and decide, you know, is the math right and so forth. But Mr. Screeve, that our model builds off a company technical database that is been built up over 10, 15, 20 years, okay? And represents a lot of proprietary, unique information. And that system was not something that we don't think Quadrant, or my opinion, does not have the expertise to evaluate that model, but we couldn't take the chance that all that operational knowledge, all that, you know, all that, that value wouldn't somehow get out into the outside world, okay?
I'm looking for the term that that is best describes that. But we gave them an Excel model for them to work with and see our calculations, etc. It was quite detailed. If there were some differences, I'm not aware of them. I don't think they were material, but we tried to accommodate their investigation as best we could without jeopardizing the intellectual property. That was the word I was trying to use. Without giving away intellectual property that rightly belonged to Delta Way and that potentially could get into the marketplace.
Exactly. But you didn't give us any evidence on the costs, like any pieces of paper, no documents, and actually you said they didn't exist because we didn't have them, and all we had to work with was your model, and the model only had numbers in it, not the formulas, and not how those numbers were derived. So in terms of evidence, do you agree with me that we didn't have a lot to work with?
I don't know. I'm not sure I completely agree, because there were inputs in there, in the cells, inputs for the different components, how much solar goes over so much square feet or square meters.
Yes, but for the costs.
Yeah, and
Finish,
so
please. Mr. President, can he finish his answer? She asked, well, the nature of the information he's answering it. She probably doesn't like the answer, so she just cut him off.
Thank you. But I think the cross-examination is going quite well so far. Please, it's better if we don't interrupt. I take advantage and thank you, Clement, to allow me to make a question. We have in this moment, Ms. Joldi, exactly 2 hours, 5 minutes of cross-examination. I would like to know.
I have two topics. If I can talk, tengo dos temas. Si puedo hablar con mi equipo.
I have 2 topics. If I could discuss with my team to see if I can ask some questions out of those 2 topics or not. If you give me 5 minutes once again, and I can tell you if I should go on or maybe not. All right, let's have a break of 5 minutes and let's see what Mrs. Jolie tells us after the pause. Thank you very much.
Bueno, por 5 minutos.
Claro.
Let's open the floor, the breakout rooms for 5 minutes.
Ok, creo, no, falta un experto.
El experto está
I think an expert is missing. He's in the room, only that his camera went off.
Me?
Thanks.
Ahora la escuchamos, señora Joldi, por favor.
So now we hear you, Mrs. Joldi. Thank you, Mr. President. And to answer your question before the break, I think I have very few questions left, and I would finish with those. How much time does that imply? Well, I come from Mexico, but I think only about 5 minutes. So right now you'll finish. Let's go to those 5 minutes of questioning.
Before the break, we were talking about your model, the one for your cash flows, and you said it has all the inputs, correct?
Yes. Well,
Okay.
many inputs.
Many
I don't want
inputs.
to use the word all. Many inputs.
Not all. And the inputs are not explained, and some were not provided because it is proprietary information. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's
okay.
correct.
And do you know we signed a confidentiality order in the arbitration? Were you aware of that? Did counsel tell you that we would keep all the information confidential?
they said that there were promises to keep all the information confidential, but I really had to defer to Mr. Screeve because every day in my business there are hundreds of confidentiality agreements signed, okay? And yet it's very hard to control and police where that information goes and how it's protected and so on. So I don't think Mr. Screeve was comfortable releasing such valuable information, which even if protected by a confidentiality agreement, could potentially at some point end up where it didn't belong.
Okay, and it was a confidentiality order by the tribunal. I've been told by my colleagues I misspoke when I called it a confidentiality agreement. It was a confidentiality order, not promises, an order from the tribunal. For the tipping fee, just very few questions. You use 20.4 in your cash flow projection model, is that correct?
That's correct.
Was that an instruction?
No, no, that was because we had the JICA report, and the JICA report had spent time to assess cost of final disposal throughout the Latin America and South America and the Caribbean. And since they had a number, we didn't feel we had a strong basis to put a different number in the model. So we used their number.
So you didn't think, you didn't do your own assessment of what the appropriate tipping fee would be for Duquesa, correct?
We didn't, that was our assessment as to what would be the appropriate tipping fee for Duquesa.
Okay, and in your in your feasibility study, and now I won't find the reference because that's how life is. You say that the tipping fee has to take into account what would be a good tipping fee, but also what can be paid by the users of the landfill. Do you remember that statement?
I remember a statement along those lines. Are you saying that that is in our 2018 report?
No, in your 2014 feasibility study.
Yes, I do remember that statement.
Okay, and when you did the expert report, and when deciding to use 20.4 as a that's you know, I couldn't find it. It's there. It's page 16 of the PDF of the C118 is the feasibility report. And when you did your assessment about the tipping fee, in this case, did you consider what would be, how to find a balance that will support the operation and that a customer would be afford or willing to pay?
We did not make an assessment about how to find that balance. This would involve the municipal budgets and the state budget of the DR. As any student of economics knows, in any there are many externalities, right, in a project. So what a municipality is willing to pay or can afford to pay for a high quality treatment of its waste, maybe what it wants to pay, but what it can afford to pay could be different things. So we didn't enter into that realm. In the United States, we did put in our report the average tipping fee in the United States at just a controlled landfill, not even a waste energy fancy system, is like $50–$55 per ton.
Okay, and did you look at the documents that were in the record about the analysis that were done about costs about tipping fee costs and final disposal in Dominican Republic?
we did not look at you're saying the analysis done by JICA or?
The different documents that were in the record about tipping fee analysis and cost analysis.
Okay, no, I mean, we scanned this information, I think, but I don't know specifically which document you're referring to. But
No, any document.
we looked at, there were some reports in the DR that were speaking about waste disposal and so forth, but I don't remember any specific documents detailing the cost of final disposal in the DR.
Thank you. I think that is my last question, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. I would like to know for the redirect how claimants think that it could be done, how much
President,
etc.
Okay, Mr. President, if you give me 5 minutes to kind of just jot this down, I think it's going to take 5 to 7 minutes. And that's in US me minutes.
I did use US minutes. You're in mute, Mr. President.
Thank you, Ms. Scholdi. I am not saying that my answer will be okay, go ahead with the redirect. It depends. If you say, for example, we need 2 hours to the redirect, maybe we go to tomorrow morning. But depending on your questions, on your statement of time, we will decide. Okay.
Okay, well, even 2 minutes is enough, and that way, if I go 8 minutes, I'm still within the 10 minutes. How's that?
Okay. Alonso, nos quedamos aquí. No, por lo menos el tribunal.
Alonso, let's stay here. I don't think the tribunal should go back to the breakout rooms. Very well, Mr. President, we will stay here and just wait for Hohenlohel's to tell us what they plan to do. Thank you.
Mr. President, I'm ready to proceed whenever everyone else is. It'll be 5 minutes or less, real minutes.
Thank you very much. And so how much time did you say you would need?
5 minutes or less.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. And Mr. Tullo, I have two questions for you. It may take 3 to get there, but 2 questions. Is that Ms. Yoldi asked you a number of questions about the difference of the DCF between you and Mr. Kuzmarek, and you mentioned that Mr. Kuzmarek used a higher discount rate than you would have. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you know whether or not using a higher interest rate lowers the damages being requested or raises the damages being requested?
A lower discount rate for me would raise the value of the project.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Second one is you were asked a number of questions about the feasibility study and whether or not it included the names of potential contractors. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Tullo, let me go back to C118, the feasibility study. Okay. Looks like the iPad went to sleep. And that's the first page of the feasibilities. Can we go please to C11809? And if you can show the top 2, okay, go right there. If you can make that bigger. And there's more to it.
I can see them because I pulled up my own copy.
Okay, great.
There are 4 contractors listed.
Okay, and you mentioned by name in your testimony, at least the first one.
Kanim, yes.
Then the second one is from Belgium, Singapore. And do you know how to pronounce that?
No, I won't attempt to pronounce.
Okay. Well, anyway, there was at least three contractors named by name. And then it says generally large general contractors, right?
Yes.
And according to this, the following large EPC contractors have been consulted in estimating the cost of the facility. Is that what actually occurred?
Yes. I believe that's what Mr. Screeve did.
Mr.
He
President,
knows, well, we both know Kanim, but he knew Kanim and Keppel and China Everbright.
Mr. President, I have no further questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Cheskin. I think my colleagues have some questions. At least Professor Cohen has some. Please, Professor Cohen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Mr. Passage. Good afternoon, Mr. Tullo. My first question is with regard to the feasibility study. To whom was it prepared? To Lahun Corporation, to Mr. Lichin, to Portland?
It was prepared and provided to Mr. Lichin. And then we subsequently, we collaborated and prepared the feasibility study that you see, which was given to the mayor of Santo Domingo, I believe.
North Santo Domingo.
North Santo Domingo. That report that you have in the record and that's in our appendices is the report that was provided to him.
Thank you. My second question is, so Delta Wave was in contact with Mr. Lichin between 2014 and 2017.
Yes.
You projected a slide, I think it was number 7, if someone can put it on the screen. The title is Chronology of Events.
Yes.
Would it be possible to put it on the screen or someone?
Amran, could you please put the slide on the screen?
If I have put it up, I don't know if you can see it.
Yes, this one. When Delta Wave stopped its contact with Mr. Lichin in 2017, do you have an idea at which stage of Mr. Lichin objectives were?
I believe, well, I don't really know what stage his, I don't want to say what stage his deliberations were or the progress was that he was making, but I do know that Adrian Lichin had been actively working for a while to try to establish the proper tipping fee for the landfill.
But I mean, in this list of objectives, was it in the first one, in the second one?
Oh, I don't think by the time he was, let's say, lost control of the Duquesa landfill, I don't think he had accomplished any of these. We hadn't. He had not begun building a new sanitary landfill. We had not begun construction of the IRRF, and he had not begun closing or mitigating the existing landfill. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. My next question concerns what you refer to the contacts with the International Finance Corporation of the World Bank. who was in contact with IFC?
IFC. I was in contact, but it's going back some time now, okay, 8 years, and I don't have the emails at my disposal to remind myself of you're asking the person that we spoke with. I don't recall their name.
No, I wanted to know whom in Delta Way was in contact, but
it would have been myself. Of course, I'm not an employee of Delta Way. I was with Compass Advisors, an investment bank, and I think on one of the conversations, Mr. Scree from Delta Way was involved.
So in the report, it was mentioned that the IFC indicated a high level of interest.
Yes.
Was this interest with regard to WTE plants or projects in general, or was it with regard to this project in the Dominican Republic in particular?
We were contacting them in relation to the project in the Dominican Republic. So that was the reason for the contact. It was a preliminary contact, of course, because we did not have, we were not authorized or prepared for a detailed conversation, but we had been introduced to the right party. So we wanted to have a conversation to understand what their level of interest would be in financing such a project.
And that person said that they will have a very high interest on that.
Yeah, they indicated that this was the type of project that they were looking to finance. You know, they have a mandate, and the mandate was to sponsor, support green, environmentally positive projects in emerging markets. So they are an investor or a lender, of course. So like any lender, they have standards for how they want to protect their investment or protect their loans. But they have a mandate to support this type of project, and that was clear from the conversation.
Thank you. You mentioned that Mr. Lichin had ideas about or projects, or he envisaged the possibility of these WTE projects in Jamaica or in the Dominican Republic. Did he ask you for any study for a project in Jamaica or elsewhere?
No, we had, he had, I think, done a fairly thorough thought process about opportunities. I think he had a lot of personal loyalty or feelings toward Jamaica, but the DR and Duquesa was his real tangible investment opportunity. So that was the focus of our work.
And when in 2017, the project had all the difficulties we know, he didn't ask you for something similar in Jamaica?
No.
Okay. Were you in contact with Mr. Lichin after 2017? I mean, Delta Way.
Was Delta Way in contact with Mr. Lichin after 2017?
Yes.
Is that your question?
Yes.
Yes, but mostly, I don't know what contact happened. I personally was not in contact with either Adrian or Michael Lichin from 2017 until let's say 2018. And then even in 2018, at this point, we were working with his attorney, his law firm, Hogan Lovells. So most of our contact was with them.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. President, no further questions.
Thank you, Marcelo. Christian, I think you have also one question.
Right.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Gentlemen, thank you for your testimony today. I have one question about the concept of the feasibility study and your subsequent report on the regulatory permits that would have been necessary for a waste to energy plant and also a solar plant. The issue I'm interested in hearing from you about is to what extent you would factor in the discretion of the state authorities to grant or not certain permits or regulatory controls as an initial matter for any plant to get up and running, and if that is factored in as in an economic sense or as some sort of financial factor based on it being the Dominican Republic or other elements or profiling elements that you'd have seen as to how other such projects might or might not have progressed.
I would like to answer that by saying that I believe the expert report makes reference to numerous documents and reports from the Ministry of Environment and other agencies within the government that supported the creation and construction of renewable sources. And so I believe the testimony has been that Mr. Lee-Chin was advancing his project consistent with government policy over a period of more than 10 years. The government consistently has supported the creation of electricity from renewable sources such as waste energy.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Tullo, do you have anything you wish to add?
Only that I agree with what Mr. Passage has said. I would also say that in looking at projects in general, some projects have, we see in my business, have risks of opposition. For example, environmental. If you wanted to build something in some place, we see it here with wind farms off the coast of New Jersey. You know, for every worthy project, there oftentimes is some environmental organization, local community that doesn't want to see it happen, okay? In the case of looking at Duquesa, we saw all the support from the statements for clean energy and so forth, but there's nothing about the Duquesa project that we envisioned in the feasibility study that could possibly, in a normal person's view, be considered controversial. We're basically taking a dump and turning it into a modern renewable energy source for a country that clearly seemed to need it. So if I was looking at a project that had real potential opposition of a rational kind, then I would factor that into a feasibility study. So but we didn't see that in this case.
So then if I may just with a follow-up question, the concession contract, to the extent it refers or sets up the possibility of there being a waste to energy plant, I think that Ms. Yoldi was erring to this in some of her questions about the opportunity or the option. And we've seen presented in this case thus far that at one end of the scale, there may be seen in the concession contract a hard and fast right to a WTE plant, or an option, let's say, and I'm making up these shades of gray along the spectrum before you get to where the respondents are, which is there's no right whatsoever. But if there's an option that could be perhaps triggered by Mr. Lee-Chin, or an option that would be assumed to carry forward, but for, let's say, unreasonable intervention by the state, which maybe sounded a little bit where you were positioning your answer, Mr. Tullo. So that's where I was interested in when you're looking at that, and maybe you're looking at the terms of the concession contract, and Mr. Passage, this equally applies to you, whether that is an economic factor that you feed in. For example, you say it's country X, it's scenario Y, it's concession contract with form of option or right Z, and therefore we would calculate that to mean this is what could be sold to investors, or this is how easy it would be to raise finance, etc. All feeding
If I can answer that influences the discount rate and the interest rate on the debt. That does not you don't put in $1 million because of that particular factor, but it influences the discount rate that's used to evaluate the project, as well as the interest rate you can expect from the debt and the return on equity.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, the last Christian Leslie questions were actually similar to the ones I had. So I think we can.
May I ask a question?
About? Yeah, please.
I'd like to add 2-minute answer to the last topic raised by Ms. Yoldi to Mr. Tullo, a 2-minute answer.
Ms. Yoldi, do you agree with that answer?
I think I have to say no. I don't know what question it was, and I mean Mark, forget his last name, had a chance to ask him questions. So I'm sorry, Mr. President and Mr. Passage.
Okay, claimant is good closing with the witness if the president and the tribunal is.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit late now, Mr. Passage, to answer. And so the experts are free now. So and thank you very much for your collaboration with this tribunal. And I think we all agree on stopping here the day number 5 of this hearing, and we will be back tomorrow with IAV at the beginning of the day number 6. Is this okay for everyone?
From the claimant, yes, Mr. President.
Respondent?
Yes. Sí, señor presidente, muchas gracias.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you very much. Then we'll see you tomorrow, and I recommend that you rest somewhat. Your faces are seeming a little more tired after the 5th day. I think members of the tribunal as well, so do get your rest. And don't forget, if you have time, to please exchange views about the time you're going to need for the part that comes after the hearing. So have a good rest or a good time working, and we'll see you tomorrow.